I'm just looking to see who we've got on. Looks like we have Chair Moss, I can see. Brent Straight, I can see. How about Cindy or Christina? Not seeing them quite yet. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kristen Norton. I'm the chair of our finance committee. I represent District 15, which is Southern Utah, as well as Central Utah. And we have got a jam-packed schedule today, so we are going to get started. Let's first start with a couple of introductions, and as the others come on, if you could notify me, Cami, that would be great. Chair Moss, why don't you introduce yourself?
Good morning, Jim Moss, District 12, current board chair. I represent District 12 from Orem out to Vernal.
Thank you. And committee member Straight?
Brent Straight, District 3, Northern Davis and Southern Weaver counties.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, we do have some public comment this morning. It looks like most of these, well, all of these folks have asked to make their comment just prior to the agenda item upon which they are going to speak. And that means that we have Business Administrator Todd Haber, who would be speaking before our first agenda item. Business Administrator Haber, we have about 2 minutes for each public comment today. And I will be the timer if you would like to start whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. My name is Todd Haber. I'm the business administrator at Granite School District and serving as the past president of the Utah Association of School Business Officials. Just wanted to call out 2 items that are probably questions that I'll throw to the committee and then let you respond in your time. The school fundraising policy, so the R277408, we just had 2 questions. One is, as you mentioned, private organizations in Part 3. We work with private companies that support us with school fundraising. And we're trying to navigate the requirement of a 3-day deposit, and whether that means when the funds come into our possession, or is it when it's in as they collect it electronically, because they have means to do that. So we just need to understand where that expectation lies. We do have a policy that instructs them on how to manage cash as it comes in and the transfers. We also, for these groups, we call them school support organizations. We require them to comply with the Charitable Solicitations Act. We don't see that referenced here. And if we're looking at using those organizations in that fashion, is that something that the board would want to consider as well, so that we are working with legitimate companies in the state of Utah? The other question we have is Part 3, number 4. It could be construed that coaches and volunteers and parents have to comply with the 3 days of receiving money, but it doesn't say that it has to go into a district-controlled account. That may be the assumption, but we don't want them to feel like they can have the opportunity to put it in their own bank account and then get it to us at some future date. So just a point of clarification on that. So thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. That's insightful and will help our discussion today. And under time even, that's even appreciated as well. All right, so committee members, our first item is R277-407 school fees. The recommended action is that the committee approves R277-407 draft 1. Comments, questions? from the committee? And do we have,
And Board Member Norton or Chair Norton, I'd be happy to provide a short overview of the two big changes if you'd like, at your
Definitely.
discretion.
definitely, that's exactly what we would like. Thank you, Angie.
Great. I'll just do this very quickly. There were two bills that passed during the last session, HB 415 and HB 82, that impacted and required us to update our 277407. The one change that was made in HB 82 triggers most of the changes in this version, and it was actually one of our policy requests, which was to separate fundraising from the defined term of school fees. This allows a district or charter school to treat revenue raised through fundraising differently than school fees. For example, it doesn't require them to list all of the fees or the charges on their fee schedule. So as you look through this rule, the other thing we did add is the category, which is category 3. Most of the changes here you'll notice are that language is being removed from 407 and put into a standalone R277408 on fundraising. And we've cited two rules, so or the defined terms in different rules or in code. The second thing, other than the fundraising changes, comes at the very end, the other large substantive change. And this is related to the appropriation that we received for LEAs that will be distributed beginning with the 25-26 school year. Just as a reminder that HB 415 prohibits LEAs from charging general fees and certain curricular fees beginning in fall of 2025. And the legislature appropriated $36 million. This describes how this section 16 describes how the superintendent or staff will distribute those $36 million of funds. And it'll be 50% of the funds to LEAs on or around or for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, 30% July 1, 2026, and 20% on July 1, 2027. The other thing you'll notice is that the revenue will be distributed to LEAs based on the proportion of students they have that are in grades 7 through 12. There's a different weighting for students in grades 7, 8. And a higher weighting for students in grades 9 through 12. And LEAs that are in operation and have enrolled students on or before July 1, 2025, actually it would be before July 1, 2025, would be eligible for those funds. So those are the two big changes, and then I'm happy to answer questions. We also have Barbie Faust, school fees specialist, who has joined us. And then if there are general finance questions, I'm sure we have different members of our finance team who know more than I do. And together we hope we can answer your questions.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that information. Yes, I see Vice Chair Davis is here. Vice Chair Davis has a question. And if you would also introduce yourself, Vice Chair Davis.
Thank you. Cindy Davis, representing District 11. Just a quick question. We asked for this change because fundraiser was defined as a fee, first of all, and it's different than a fee. But second of all, because there was zero flexibility on the part of the person facilitating the group fundraisers to use even up to a percentage of the group fundraiser to help offset fee waivers. If students, there was maybe the LEA had so much to help contribute toward fee waivers and they needed more because the fee waivers extended beyond that, there was zero way for the group to raise some funds to offset that. So their only choice was everybody doesn't get to go to the state choir competition or what have you, or find some private donation somewhere. So is there language in here now that would allow the group fundraising money, at least to a percentage to be used for that, or do we need to write that in specifically? It says it can be used for the group. Is that implied that, and using it to offset a fee waiver would benefit the group?
May I respond, Chair
Please,
Norton?
thank you.
It is in R277408 and not in R277407, because now we have fundraising will be governed over in 408. So if you look here on lines 34 and 35 of R277408, you'll see that it states an LEA may use funds raised through fundraising or donations to offset the cost of waivers and to offset the cost of program expenses.
You know what? When I read that initially, I read the program expenses and my brain just passed right over the waivers. So I think that takes care of that problem. Thank you. And then what about the things that Mr. Haber brought up, Director Haber?
Yes, and I'll do my best. And again, if any of the school finance team or ops team want to help, within 3 days of receiving the money, I think we could change that language to say within 3 days of the LEA receiving the money. I will say, and I don't know if Barbie or who would be best to speak to this, but there was an audit, a large audit, and we're kind of getting into 408. So I don't know if you want to stick with 407 or take action on 407 and then go to 408. But I do believe the majority of Todd Haber's concerns and questions were about 408, not 407, but I could be wrong. But part of the reason for the 3 days deposit requirement had to do with audit findings of people holding funds and not depositing them or not handing them over to the LEA. And so I'm probably not the best person to speak to that, but there's probably some risk in there if people are not depositing them with the LEA within a certain amount of time. Todd and others have more experience in that space than I do, and I'd be happy to write any motions that you'd like.
Okay, thank you. And let's take care of 407 right now, and then we'll go to 408 when we get to that agenda item, and go forward in that direction. Committee Member Vargas.
Yes, ma'am. I am wondering, did Superintendent Stallings say that the schools are no longer disclosing what they charge fees for? And I know that this is down the line, but I just want to make certain I heard that correctly.
May I respond?
Go ahead, yes.
No, that is not what I meant to say. So school fees are still required to be published, and the LEAs are required to have 2 meetings or hearing opportunities for members of the public to make comment. What I was stating is that it was one of the difficult things about treating revenue as a fee is it was difficult for LEAs to identify what to include on their fee schedule related to fundraised revenues. And so that's why we separated them out to allow the fundraised revenues to be treated differently than what we would normally call or think of as a school fee. So all the school fee notice requirements, transparency, et cetera, those all remain and have not been changed.
I appreciate that. I'm so sorry it is early, and thank you for that. I do appreciate it.
Great. All right, seeing no other hands, do we have someone that would like to prepare the motion?
I can do it if you'd like, Chair, if
Thank
we're going
you.
to address those other concerns in 408.
Yes.
I move that the committee approves R277-407 draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the committee is that the committee approves R277-407 draft 1 on first reading and forward it to the board for approval on second and final reading. Committee members, go ahead and please vote.
I'm a yes. This is Brent.
Thank you, Brent. And I can't, let's see, Chair Moss. All right, looks like that passes unanimously. So we'll move on to agenda item 1.3. And this is a little out of the ordinary, but Business Administrator Haber, I'm not sure a couple of the board members were here, the committee members were here. Would you just briefly address the things that you wanted to talk, you wanted us to address in 408? I know you've said that before, but for those who weren't here.
Thank you again, Todd Haber, Business Administrator at Grant School District and past president with UASBO. We had two basic questions. One had to do with third parties. So we engage with third parties that are not boosters, they're not a PTA, but they're a professional organization that involves itself with fundraising. And so we were trying to determine whether the 3-day deposit rule applied to them or did it apply to us when we received those funds. In addition, with those organizations, which we call school support organizations, by our policy, we require them to register as a charitable organization under the Charitable Solicitations Act, and didn't know if that is something that you would want to consider as a board in this policy as well for those third parties. The second question had to do with 4083 subpart 4. We're not sure who this applies to. Does it apply? Could we have a coach or a volunteer or an employee hold on to monies, but it's not until the LEA receives the money that it has to be deposited within 3 days? Or how should that work? Some of the complication is we spend a lot of time communicating to our boosters and other organizations that if you're fundraising in our name, those funds need to come to us right away, so that technically they're not supposed to deposit money into their own accounts. It's supposed to come into a public account or a district account, so to speak. So we just want to make sure we understand who the 3-day rule applies to and adjust our policies accordingly.
Thank you so much. And it looks like Deputy Superintendent Stallings, you are also running point on this one.
Yes, I am.
I don't know if you'd like to include that information or have suggestions for us as well.
Well, I guess without being an expert in finance, I would say that the way the language is written right now, LEAs would be required to include in their policies what their expectations are with respect to how those organizations, including a booster club, parent organization, employee, hold and provide the funding to the LEA. I do think if it would be helpful, and I think if business administrators or our finance team have a recommendation on, we could clarify within 3 days of the LEA receiving the money, within 3 days of the LEA, the employee booster club or parent organization receiving the money, we could add that to provide some more specificity. The way the language is right now, I think it would be up to LEAs to provide that in their policies. So, and I don't know if anyone on our finance team would like to provide some input on best practice or if there are recommendations. I'd be happy to help draft a motion.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, Madam
Yes.
Chair, Scott.
Go
Hey, I
ahead.
know the Finance Committee members have their hands raised. Could, through you, could we ask Mr. Haber what he recommends the
You
language?
bet.
So, from a BA perspective as well, and then I'll jump in, per Angie's request.
That would be great. BA Haber, do you have a recommendation on those items?
I wish I was that articulate. I think in part 4, if you pull that back up, and I guess it was there on your motion page. So the question becomes, we've strung everybody together in this statement. So we have an LEA, booster club, parent organization, employee, coach, volunteer, and we've made them all equals. And so the question on our part is it the LEA who is responsible to make this happen? Or does each of these organizations independently have to make this happen? So the language would be something around this idea of who's responsible. So, so an LEA shall ensure funds received from booster clubs, parent organization, et cetera, shall be deposited within 3 days. That puts the burden on the LEA. But if I don't recall the specifics of the audit that brought this question to bear. I don't know if that helps the audit concern. Because if you have a teacher who's putting money in their desk drawer and they don't get it to the front office for a week, that's a problem still. But we could have policy as an LEA to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Madam Chair, Scott.
Go ahead, Scott.
Again, not trying to, but I know I am jumping in front of my esteemed committee members. Through you, ma'am, I recommend that from an audit perspective, or from the perspective of the overseeing or oversight of a state education agency, my recommendation would be, subject to audit also confirming my recommendation or supporting it. And I think Mr. Haber is saying pretty much the same thing. When it comes to contractual obligations between LEAs and third parties, it really is a simple way of ensuring that there is understanding that LEAs are responsible for it all, right? That when they contract with somebody, it's up to them to put into place policies that support or contractual agreements, or within their contracts, if you will, that ultimately it's the LEA's responsibility to be quote unquote audit ready, right? That the requirement to deposit funds within 3 days is theirs, regardless of whether or not it's a third party collecting the funds, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope that helps for the discussion. And, Mr. Haber is welcome to correct me if I'm misunderstanding the application here of the wording that he just gave. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
I'm wondering if volunteer also applies to student. Is this only for group fundraising, or does this crossover for individual and group fundraising? Because students often are the ones out there selling the candies or the gift wrapping or the cookie dough or the coupon cards, and they might have 2 weeks to do their fundraising and then bring the money in, and they've got money. I'm just, is there going to be any complication here? Because volunteer, does that also mean student?
And are you addressing that to Scott?
Anybody who will help us clarify.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So in my mind, what the district or, LEA would do is they would make it clear in their policy and in their training in situations as Board Member Davis has described, that because I think I do understand what she's saying. When I was a student, participating in athletics, we would have fundraisers, and I would have the money sometimes for 2 weeks, right? Or I think what we're getting at here is that the LEA should be very clear and specific to those kinds of situations that says, hey, you have to return the money to your school or to the LEA by such and such a date, with that particular fundraiser. And then the LEA would be under the requirement to deposit that money within 3 days. Does that help answer Board Member Davis's question? It's
Yes,
really all
but may I
about
follow up?
LEA being specific, with the level of specificity depending on what the fundraising situation or process is. That's just my input. I'm really open to any audit or financial staff correcting me.
May I
Or-
follow up, Chair?
Yes.
Then if that's the case, then maybe the rule needs to say the LEA shall create policies around this, because this rule language still doesn't say where they deposit the money. Do they deposit it in their own school account? Do they deposit it in a clearing account that the Booster Club runs? Do they deposit it in the LEA account? So I'm wondering if we just need to say the LEA needs to make a policy about when and to whom the money is deposited. Unless you want to get specific and say it needs to be deposited with the LEA in this rule, and maybe Mr. Haber, Chair, has some preference about that.
Chair, if I might.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
So I do agree with Member Davis's comment about giving the school districts latitude in putting policy together, because that's what we do already. We already have these requirements that address the students and the activities happening. I can even read the paragraph that we require our third parties to comply with, which is to follow district accounting policies and procedures, or to follow other formally adopted accounting procedures, which must include a minimum process of recording receipts and expenditures and running all revenue through an account established with a reputable financial institution. So we believe we've put the safeguards in place. When we read this draft of the policy, we just didn't know if that would require us to change our policies to now comply with this new concept, or can we have the latitude to run policy and be responsible that way?
Chair, may I follow up again?
Yes, ma'am.
My other question is if we make something like this, like what we're talking about, does that also apply to your earlier question about the student support organizations? And when you say student support organization, are you referring to, like, for example, a foundation that's, adjacent to the district, but run as like a 501c3 or something of that nature?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, Haber.
So our support organizations are actually third-party commercial entities that are in the business of fundraising. They either have products already that you can shop from, they have ideas on how to do fundraising. So when we call them a third party, they're really a totally separate legal entity that's in business to fundraise. So when we put our contract together, we require them to do, like the paragraph I just read, we require them to register under the Charitable Solicitations Act. So we have all kinds of contractual requirements so that the funds that they raise in our name are managed according to our desires and our expectations. So that's a little bit different than a boosters or a PTA. So we've given them a different name just so we can call them out because of their unique status.
Chair, may I follow up?
Thank you.
Okay, so then it seems like we need language that will pertain to that, will pertain to all of the things listed in section 4, the people in section 4, and will pertain to, for example, a foundation. And how our foundations do a lot of fundraising. How are we saying that 3 days applies to the foundation, like the foundation deposits in an account, or the foundation has to deposit within the LEA within 3 days of any donation that's received to the foundation? How do the foundation monies work? Can anyone answer that?
I can just state that what I understand the expectations would be. The foundation is very pretty directly an extension of the LEA. And so I would think that the same requirements that apply to the LEA. So if the LEA is receiving dollars or cash on a certain day, the expectation would be within 3 days, those are deposited. And I would anticipate the foundation would have the same requirements.
But if say there's an electronic deposit to the foundation, how soon does the foundation have to transfer or deposit the money into an LEA account?
Todd, I don't know if this is a better question for you to answer, but I would assume that the foundation, any deposits they're receiving would go directly into the LEA's foundation account. I don't know that they'd have a separate account that wouldn't be considered the LEA's, but that might be my naivety or just not misunderstanding.
But I have a question on that, because generally, especially with foundations, you know, they're putting on events. Let's say they're doing a golf tournament and they're going to be receiving donations all along, from which they
Spend.
likely will be paying expenses from, and then get a net amount that would maybe be deposited into the LEA's account. I don't know exactly how those events run, but I'm wondering, you know, if the LEA, if it has to be the LEA account, or because they are kind of a sub part of the LEA, if it could be into their fundraising, their foundation account. But like there again, I don't know how that works. So either staff or audit or BA Haber, please clarify.
If I might,
Go ahead, thanks.
I'm going to give you the legal answer. It depends. So, it depends on how your foundation has been organized. Many of us, the foundation books are part of the district books, so it's one and the same as far as getting the funds deposited into a public account. And that's really what we're trying to navigate, is the state's Money Management Act that requires us to have public funds in a public account or an account owned by a public entity. So I think for the most part, the foundations were good. We should be fine without having to call them out separately, but that's my opinion.
Okay. Committee Member Vargas, you have been so patient. Go ahead, please.
It's all good, Chair. I appreciate the conversation. In fact, some of my questions were answered. I do have a question, 28, 29, 30, 31. I'm not certain who to direct that to, but group fundraising means an activity where money is raised to benefit the group. That seems totally understandable. But then we go to individual fundraiser, and it says fundraising where the money raised by an individual is used to pay the student fees, which to me is like chemistry, maybe a band instrument. And then later on in the rule, it says that an LEA may not authorize an individual fundraiser, down on 56. I'm just wondering if I'm tracking that correctly, and then I have about 3 more questions.
Okay,
I could answer that one.
thank
Chair
you.
Norton. So the individual fundraiser, first, just wanted to clarify that this is when an individual student is fundraising money to pay the student's fee. So it likely wouldn't be for something like a class fee, but it could. It's probably more likely to be the individual's like extracurricular fees that often are above and beyond, or maybe just the cost of participating in extracurricular fee. So it might be, for example, a student who's participating in the volleyball team. They, you know, I know that we've seen in our neighborhood where kids will do kind of a game where they get $5 per spike they get, or, you know, basket or whatever. That's an example of an individual fundraiser, or they're selling something individually. What the language states on 56 and 57 is the LEA may not require individual student fundraising. So it could be a voluntary thing where a student says, you know, I have to raise $250 to go to you know, this certain volleyball camp at ABC University. And then the team decides to do fundraising for that. The idea is that you can require group fundraisers, but you may not require individual fundraisers. A lot of this goes back to the discussions of the school fees task force back in 2018 and 2019, that students who come from families or neighborhoods that tend to be lower socioeconomic have a harder time raising revenue through individual fundraisers. And if you require students to individually come up with a certain amount of money, you may be disadvantaging students and community, you know, who come from communities that are lower socioeconomic, because it's harder for them to raise those revenues. If you do it as a group, that's a different story. And so that is why it says it's only about required individual fundraising, but it does say that the LEA could provide optional individual fundraising opportunities for students. It just cannot be required. So part of that might be, if you don't raise $200 individually, you're off the team. Well, if that student qualified for fee waivers, again, because of their, you know, family's economic situation, that would be waived. Because it's now in fundraising, it creates a different barrier for students. Hopefully that helps, but this is not new language. This language is actually in 407 currently, and it's just being moved over into this policy.
Okay, so can I follow up, Chair?
Of course.
On that specific one, I guess in my mind, and I'm going to give an example as opposed to using language. You have a trip and let's say it's for cheer, I don't know, state cheer. I'm making this up. And it costs $2,000 to go. How this reads to me is that someone can refuse to do anything and all their peers have to do the work and they get to go anyway. And that is, if there's no consequence for that, and I understand the articulation of the socioeconomic, all the things, but what we see as educators who run these fundraisers is when we have language like this, kids can refuse to do anything and then benefit from the hard work of their peers. And sometimes there are parents who just write a check, which is great. I'm glad they can do that. But then they use that money for another student's thing and make that child go out and fundraise anyway, because the quote unquote group didn't raise enough money. Did I articulate that in a way that helps you understand my concern?
It does to me personally. I understand the concern. And I think just, again, this was a very robust discussion back in 2018, 2019, and part of the injunction, which there are always concerns about school fees and fundraising policies that could create a barrier for students who, again, are lower socioeconomic, just not participating, period, because they don't have that ability to raise the funds. And that's why group fundraisers are required. So if a student didn't participate in the group fundraiser, there could be some consequences there. I don't know if that's helpful to you, because it's not saying that they wouldn't be, required to participate in any fundraising. It's just that individual fundraising is prohibited. Required individual fundraising is really a fee, is really what it is. Individual required fundraising turns into a fee. And if the family qualifies for fee waivers, that's part of the issue there.
Okay, I'm gonna think on that. May I ask another question, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So in line 39, there's terminology there. Actually, let's go to 37, Superintendent Stallings. It says collects a donation on behalf of a school. And then in 40, it says collect a donation related to a school. And most often the foundations that I'm aware of are completely independent entities, and they actually remit funds as autonomous organizations. And I don't want to pass something that creates a situation where, like, for example, a school foundation can't remit their arts grants of their own volition. So, for example, I know of an LEA who has a foundation and teachers apply for the grant. And once the grant is awarded, then they send the money to the district. I'm wondering I'm wondering if we're creating more complexity where maybe it's not needed, or if we could run into a situation where we're not allowed. I don't know. It seems to me, okay, I'm trying really hard here. It's too early. It seems to me that we're trying to govern autonomous organizations here, and I struggle with that. There's some dissonance there. Can you help me understand that better?
So I don't know if that question is to me, and I'm, again, any of my ops friends, if you want to jump in, or audit friends, there were some pretty heavy audits done related to LEA fundraising and some problems with people raising funding on behalf of the LEA, but then using it for their own purposes. And I don't know if it would be helpful for us to share maybe that audit with you, Board Member Bogus. But many of these provisions, a lot of them were already in 407 that we're pulling over here, and are meant to be controls or to limit risk with respect to people raising funds in the name of a school. Anyone on the ops team at the discretion of Chair Norton want to weigh in and provide some reasoning on these provisions?
Anybody?
I
Go
I
ahead,
can, Chair
Sam.
Norton. Some of the things that we've seen, and Barbie Faust can speak to this as well. Apologies, Sam Uri, School Finance Director. We want to avoid a situation where a coach, for example, without LEA guidance or LEA knowledge, is out there, having his football players do a mattress sell, and the coach ends up with $5,000 cash in his wallet. He loses it. There's those sorts of things. Nothing in this rule, would inhibit an LEA foundation from continuing to make grants. It's really specific to those fundraising efforts, as Deputy Stallings mentioned, in the name of a school, an actual fundraiser for a school sponsored activity. And so that's some of the reasoning behind, or background behind, these guidelines.
So may I, Chair?
Just one second. It looks like staff member Barbie Faust is here. Let's also have her weigh in on your question, and then we'll do some follow-up.
Yes, thank you. Barbie Faust, School Fees Fiscal Monitor. Sam was correct. When we did the school fees audit and an audit prior to that, we found coaches doing camps and clinics that appeared to be school sponsored. I mean, they were advertised on the school's webpage, promoted through the school, but the coach was keeping the money, and it was going to his account. So there is a rule. It's R277-107 that covers private but public education related activities that require certain things that a coach needs to advertise, that the event or camp is not school sponsored, that it's a private activity, can't use schools resources. I mean, it spells out that they really cannot benefit from being a public employee, benefit personally. So that's what's behind this. Doing school fees, I find a bit where booster clubs or parent organizations acting on behalf of the school and making decisions for students to fundraise or collect money or pay for things that haven't been on the fees, have approved on the fee schedule. We had a school that a parent said, you have to buy cosmetics. It was for like a drill team. You have to buy cosmetics, and this particular cosmetics. And it just so happened this parent or booster club member owned the cosmetic company. So those things where other parents believe that the person requesting the money is acting on behalf of the school, then it becomes a school-sponsored activity. So this is what's behind this, is that if they're acting on behalf of the school, they need to, apply the public funds to the Money Management Act. So that's kind of what's behind this.
Thank you. Okay. Committee Member Bogus, follow up or?
Yeah, I just want to clarify then, because that I understand those and I've actually experienced those myself. They're very important. This is not going to put any restrictions on our foundations to operate as truly autonomous organizations. That
Yeah.
was a statement, but I should say, will this?
I guess I would answer this way. I'm not sure how this applies to the foundation, other than the fact that generally foundations are essentially an extension of the LEA. So I think that when people make donations to foundations, they expect it is going to go to support the school or the school district. And so I would think that actually these provisions do apply to foundations. Because they're not truly autonomous. They are actually an arm or an extension of the LEA. Although they're a foundation, they are a public foundation, attached to a public school or public school district.
Hey, does that, thank you, Chief Auditor Davis.
Good morning. Yes, Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. Just to clarify one thing about foundations from a technical financial accounting standpoint, foundations are considered a discrete or a blended component unit of a district or a charter school. They're allowed. And so as Deputy Superintendent Stallings was saying, is that they are essentially a component of, even though they're kind of this separate entity. As far as financial statement accounting goes, they're considered a blended or discrete component unit. So they are tied that way. And I was not looped in on these changes or anything, but I just, because of that, I would not expect that this rule would apply to them.
Okay, thank you. Committee Member Bogus.
Yes, ma'am. So I just want to be clear that, and I think Ms. Davis answered my question, that a local school board could not vote to use the funds of a foundation in any way. Would that be a truthful conclusion after this conversation?
I don't know if that would be for Committee Member Davis or finance staff. Sorry, not committee. Oh, I just made you part of our committee, Debbie. If that would be for Chief Auditor Executive, Audit Executive Davis, or somebody from the finance group.
I'm willing to take a shot at an answer, but I'm also happy to defer to financial ops staff.
Okay, so go with it, and then Sam can weigh in.
Okay, my thought is it really depends on the structure. Who is the governing body of the foundation? And again, there is a tie to the LEA, but the decision making would be based on who governs the foundation. And so there could be school personnel involved in that, whether or not it's the actual board of an LEA. That might be dependent or different LEA to LEA, but I would assume that the foundation, as it's set up as the legal entity and how it's set up, probably in its bylaws, would outline how the funds are used, how it's operated, that kind of a thing. And now Sam can correct me.
Okay.
Yeah, no, nothing to correct, Chief Audit Executive Davis. I think it's important to realize that this rule really is not governing the disbursements from an LEA foundation. It's really just related to those fundraisers directly related to a school activity. So if the LEA foundation is participating in a fundraiser as such, they would adhere to these requirements, but there's nothing here that would delineate how that LEA foundation makes grants to teachers, as the example was given. I'm not aware of any situations where the bylaws would allow an LEA governing board to determine how the LEA Foundation's funds are spent. But again, this rule specifically does not address that situation.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I have, I think, one final question.
Okay, thank you.
So if we could look, please, at lines 34 and 35. And I realize some of this is LEA autonomy, but would this language here allow, for example, let's say a show choir group went out, they pounded the pavement, they come in, they have $100,000 for their tour and all their competitions. And a principal, for example, says, oh, jeepers, our football budget is 30 grand under and we could use this for that. And then all of a sudden, people who donated or contributed to that fundraiser, assuming it was going to a certain cause, then we have a situation where the people were gypped, the children were gypped, the program was gypped, and at some point we're just creating an environment where no one wants to participate because we're not fair and sporting. Does this language allow for something like that to occur? And if it does, is there a way to put language in here that would prevent it?
Sam, maybe?
Yeah. Chair Norton, to respond to Chair or Member Bogus's question, no, the language here, what it's doing is specifying that if a student were on a fee waiver, lines 34 and 35, that some of those LEA or the fundraising funds could be used to offset the cost of those fee waivers. And it would be specific where it says offset the cost of program expenses to the program that the funds were raised for. Nothing here would explicitly allow a transfer between, let's say, a football and a drama program. I suppose we could add some language to more explicitly say that that's not allowed, but generally the LEA's policies is going to cover those types of issues. Again, I would say nothing in this language explicitly allows transfers between different programs or to allow raised funds for drama or art to be used for a separate activity. But again, I'm not aware of anything explicitly prohibiting that in this rule. So it could be an addition.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So Angie, I think I will ask if you could help me prepare language, because I think arts teachers everywhere, this has happened to, I gave an example that was actually a 13-year-old example. And so I think that arts teachers everywhere would appreciate something, and maybe that's happened in the other direction too. I don't know, but just something that says, we've got to use it for what it was raised for. That is explicit in this process. And with that, Chair Norton, I do believe all my questions are answered, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And seeing no other questions, yes, Barbie, question.
Yes, I agree with Chair or Member Bogus. I think that's a good add because I can see that happening, that they would have these extra funds and decide to use it for fee waivers for the LEA in general. Another thing I think maybe we should add is that for the required group fundraiser for students that don't participate, and maybe it's not on these lines, but students that don't participate in a required group fundraiser at all, that their participation for the activity that the funds are raised could be limited. It's kind of what we do as a practice, but I don't believe it's spelled out in the rule anywhere.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing additional hands from committee members. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, let's talk about language. Is there a place that you can see those comments that staff member Faust just mentioned?
Yes, I think we could include something right here after 69. Because right here in D is where we say may not deny a student membership, blah, blah, blah. So we could include a new subsection 3. I just might need some help. I caught what you said, Barbie, but I do think I might need some help drafting it. So let's just group draft together. It would be a new subsection 3. And can you say again what you just said? And it would be notwithstanding that provision.
Oh, you expect me to remember?
Sorry, and I can't remember.
Non-participation in a required group fundraising could potentially affect participation in the activity for which the funds are raised. That's the gist of it. Put it in your eloquent words.
Point of information, Chair Norton.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a time requirement on this? I mean, could our folks have time to take this and just bring it back to the full board next month? Or do we have to approve this changed language first, or can they be brought back as amendments to the full board so we can continue on the agenda? It's just,
I think if we've got some options right now, I think it probably would be better to get this as prepared as we can to go ahead and then vote on what we have. And then if there's need to add additional amendments, or, you know, make some revisions and somebody wants to, bring back an updated draft for board meeting, we can do that. But let's get as much done now in this scenario as we can.
So Barbie, you can see where I'm going here. Notwithstanding the provisions of 2D, an LEA may reduce a student's, did you say portion of the fundraised revenue?
No, may reduce the student's participation.
Oh, okay.
In the activity for which the funds are being raised. So if it's like they were raising for a trip to go to Disneyland, if that student didn't go participate in the required group fundraiser, whether they are a fee waiver or a non-fee waiver, they wouldn't get to go on the trip if they didn't at least participate. And I'd kind of like to, ask Todd Haber, his thoughts on that, if that, because I know in practice, I believe that is what's happening in the LEAs. That's kind of what we've trained them on. So are you okay with that, Todd?
Well, let's just wait just a second. Let's make sure this is the language we want here.
So just as a reminder, this is the provision right here, may allow for group fundraisers. And then in D, it says may not deny a student membership on a team or group, nor impact a student's grade for a course based on the student's effort or non-participation in a fundraiser. So notwithstanding that provision, now what we are stating is, oops, I apologize, here we go. Notwithstanding the provisions, an LEA may reduce a student's participation in a program or activity if the student does not participate in the related activity or programs group fundraiser. Does that work?
I would add required group fundraiser.
Okay.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, and Todd, could we excuse me, Haber, can we come back to you for just a second on your insight from the field?
Yeah, so I think it's described accurately. We've been trained to think this way and we're trying to implement it. The challenge always comes down to, well, what does that exactly mean? Does that mean less playtime on the field? Does that mean less access to certain training activities?
Yeah,
Conceptually, we get it. The practical application is always challenging. And there are those who feel that it's unfair that a student doesn't participate yet is still on the team, but we'll manage through those feelings.
committee member Straight.
I guess I'm having some questions regarding what constitutes participation. I mean, that seems to be somewhat vague, and I don't know that we can tighten that up. So
I don't either, because you look at it, a good faith effort may not produce funds in some neighborhoods or some individual circumstances, but you know, they participated. So that might have to be left up to, you know, I think we maybe are getting, I'm worried we're on the line of getting too far into the LEA's jurisdiction on this, that they probably have a way to figure that out. Go ahead. Sorry.
and the processes for determining use of funds, I'm definitely concerned if the example given, which was based on something happened 14 years ago between an arts program and an athletic program, I'm definitely sensitive to concerns in that regard. But aren't there processes in place at the local level in order to work through those issues? Is it best that we be the one that what happens if that happens when we get a phone call at USBE on our rule? We're probably going to refer back to the district, and the district's going to have a policy in place. So I'm definitely aware and compassionate towards the concern. I'm just wondering if this sets up the wrong process.
And Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I think that probably should be directed to you. Are we?
I mean, it's hard for me to state, although I'm very good at rule writing, at least I try to be. I do not have the experience at the local level with fundraise revenues, collections, etc. I think that personally, the language that's here now is broad enough that it does provide LEAs some flexibility to flesh that out at their level. I do agree with you, Board Member Straight, that if we get too specific, we're going to take away the LEA's ability to define or further refine the process and procedures at their level. So these are all three just drafts of some language that I prepared if you would like, but also feel free to not pass any of them. But this first one, just as a reminder, is related to the questions that Todd Haber raised about being clear about the who. This next one was related to Board Member Bogus's request to make it very specific that funds raised for one activity couldn't be used for another. And then this last one is related to the recommendation that Barbie Faust made, providing the explicit ability for an LEA to reduce participation, but it does not require that. So an LEA does not have to, reduce the students' participation. But if they did, for example, if a group was doing a fundraiser for a trip to Disneyland or California, and the student just flat out, refused to participate, this language would explicitly support something that I believe some LEAs are already doing, and this would give them that explicit cover.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very, very helpful. okay, managing our time frame here, I think at this point, we still, yes, if we still have questions, or comments, let's go ahead and continue with that. As far as changing the document, I think we've got some significant changes here. If we could get those amendments decided on and voted in or out and the final motion taken care of, and then any additional work could be done between now and board meeting. If we can stick within that, that would be helpful. But I see a couple of hands up right now. Let's go Vice Chair Davis and then Committee Member Bogus, and then if we can get a motion.
I move the 3 amendments to R277-408 as written.
Okay. The motion before the board is that the committee amend lines 48 through 50 of draft 2 as follows. Section 4A, an LEA shall ensure that the booster club, parent organization, employee, coach, or volunteer deposits money received by the employee, booster club, or parent organization within 3 days of receiving the money. And an LEA shall establish a policy regarding the requirement in subsection 4A. Committee members, let's go ahead and vote on that particular motion.
So I thought she moved them all together.
She did, but I was kind of thinking of you that you probably would prefer that we vote on them separately. But
You
if we
correct,
could vote on them
ma'am.
what?
You are correct, ma'am. I would prefer that, and I appreciate that, but I would actually vote in the affirmative for all of these. So in this case, I will succumb
Okay.
to voting for an omnibus motion.
Okay, I'm going to continue
I
on
think,
then.
yes, thank you.
And if somebody else needs to split it, that's your right. But let's consider on. And the committee amend draft 2 to add the funds were raised for at the end of line 35. An LEA may use funds raised through fundraising or donations to offset the cost of waivers and to offset the cost of programs, expenses for the program that the funds were raised for. And that the committee amend draft 2 to add the following after line 69. Subsection 3, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 2D, an LEA may reduce a student participation in a program or activity if the student does not participate in the related activity or program's required group fundraiser. Okay.
I just have one question.
Yes.
In number 2, could we change that language to for which the funds were raised so that we don't have a dangling preposition?
Vice Chair Davis, is that okay with you? Is that friendly? For which the funds were raised in section 2?
That's fine.
Okay,
Thank you very much. That alleviates my ELA issues.
all right. And Board Member Straight.
Yes, now that that's the case, I may agree with all of these, but I still have some real concerns with the very last one, the third one, about participation in a program. If for example, if that is basketball, am I really going to, as a coach, be backed up by administration if I am reducing a player's playing time or not playing at all, not based on their merit, but based on a fundraiser? So I'm going to vote no. I may agree with all of these, but I still have concerns about exactly what this means and how it's handled, because I think there's many different scenarios here. Thank you.
Committee Member Straight, would you prefer to separate that one out?
No,
Okay,
because if it's gonna pass on to the next level, I'm certain. So
okay. And then you can
regardless of
fix
how I
it
vote,
between,
but I want that out there so that we make certain that's discussed when we
Okay,
next
sounds
level.
good. All right, then, committee members, go ahead and please vote. And Chair Moss, are you with us? I know he's in and out today for this vote. Okay, that passes then 3-1 with with Chair Moss absent. Thank you.
And I just want to make one quick comment, Chair, if that's okay.
Okay.
Just because Member Vargas mentioned omnibus, you know, an omnibus is something with multiple parts, but typically when you think of an omnibus rule, it's unrelated, like the legislature votes on an omnibus bill that has so many unrelated pieces. I don't think of it this way at all. I feel like these are all related parts to one whole, and that if people don't like a piece, they can divide the question. But if they all like the pieces, for efficiency's sake, it helps to group them sometimes. So I just want to explain that I think, you know, when we vote combined, sometimes it's for efficiency and not because we're trying to slide something in that's unrelated or nefarious.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to agenda item number 4, R277113.
Chair Norton,
Yes, ma'am.
still need to vote on the underlying motion, which is to pass the full rule.
Yes, yes, that would be kind of important, wouldn't it? All right, let's go back to the underlying rule. And do we have a motion?
It's right. Ooh, dang it.
Yeah, it's
It's
there
this
if
one
somebody
right
wants-
here. It's at the
Well,
committee.
okay, I'll give it. The recommended action is that the Finance Committee approve R277408 school fundraising as amended, draft 2 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Committee members, please vote. Okay, Cindy, I'm not seeing a vote from you and I'm not, okay. We've got August is in, Moss is not. That passes 3-1 with Chair Moss absent.
Chair, I saw Member Moss voted yes on that.
Okay, good. Thank you. So 4-1. All right, now we can move on to 1.4, which is action item R277113, LEA fiscal and auditing policies. This is an amendment. And Deputy Stallings, back to you.
Yes, thank you. This is the last of the trio of rules that are related to those 2 bill changes I mentioned in HB 415 and HB 82. There's not a lot of changes in 113. They are related to the amendments we just discussed in 407 and 408. So we did list this as a category 3 in accordance with R277111. And in general, this rule is primarily regarding LEA finance or financial and budgeting, not budget, but more finance requirements. So one recommendation was to include a new defined term for cash or cash receipts to be explicit and clear that cash and cash receipts do include electronic payments via website or mobile payment applications such as the Cash App or Venmo or Apple Pay. Those are all examples. And then down here, and close your eyes if you don't get sick from scrolling, but the language is amended on lines 232 and through 235 regarding the cash handling policy to, again, be very explicit about it including electronic payments via website or mobile application. And I believe those are the only changes other than some citation changes. I'm just refreshing my memory. Yeah, everything else, they're just cross-reference changes. So again, this is the primary substantive change to match just updates in how people use cash from the last time that we updated 113.
Okay, thank you. It looks like Barbie Faust also has some comments on this.
Just wanted to clarify, Angie, did we get the reference to fundraising from 407 to change to 408 in this rule? Because I know there was some fundraising. I just want to make sure we got the right code reference.
It looks like that is not a defined term in here. Fundraising is not defined.
Well, there is some definite under, I think it's part 5. Subsection 5.
Oh, section 5.
I think so. About policies. Okay, right there. Is that? Okay. Where does it talk about the fundraising policy?
Just 1 second, I will look. I'm sure that if you asked me to do it, we did it. I would never not do what you asked me to do. But let's make sure. Okay, it is 271. It's right here.
Oh, yep, we did right there. Okay.
Right. All right, Vice Chair Davis.
Yes, I don't know. Is CAE Davis still online with us? By chance?
Yes, I am.
I super should have done this offline before the meeting, and I apologize. But now that the rule's right here in front of my face, did the full board at one point voted to ask staff to ask the OSA not to require or use contra revenue accounting as part of the requirement of this? And then can you remind us, I think that conversation was had, but maybe they said they weren't going to change or something. And then BA Larson, through our reports and requirements task force, was going to visit with you. And I visited with Deputy Jones about this, but was there a option discussed about having like a quarterly accounting at the LEA level, so it wasn't this minute by minute expertise required at the school, and if that would still meet the auditing, monitoring visits and requirements? Can you help me understand where that eventually fell? That was the last I heard, that all of you were going to talk. And was there any kind of situation that arose that could be adjusted in this rule from that conversation?
Okay, I'll try and dust off my memory and remember.
I'm sorry, I should have done this
the
prior.
conversations. And really, I'll speak to my opinion on this, because we're talking, there's conflation between contra revenue and revenue and what's required by GASB. And so that was problematic in the conversation. I also think there has been so much movement and change in accounting for school fees. And again, there's technical aspects that are governed by generally accepted accounting principles that at this point, my personal opinion, based on my experience, is that we should not move forward with any changes until an in-depth audit has been done to see where we currently are now that changes have been made. The state auditor's office, while we've had conversations with them, and they identified, and we discussed, and we discussed with LEAs as well, I think BA Larson, and there were a couple of others there. There are risks in this area. We need to be cognizant of those, including fraud risks. We have to be cognizant of technical requirements in GASB. There is some latitude for policy within this, whether it's cash basis accounting or accrual accounting. But to move forward, I would just recommend, and I think why nothing has happened to date, is that there needs to be caution in this space. And this is also something that cannot be turned on a dime. The ripple effect, and because we're dealing with, 150, 160 LEAs, caution in this space is very important. This goes to programming systems and processes, control systems. And again, my personal opinion is, at this point, we do not have sufficient information to make a decision, a good decision, an effective decision for the public education system as a whole, which is what would need to be made. And so how do you go about getting that information? There's a lot of different ways to do it. An audit is just one of those, but that's kind of where that conversation, I think, ended, is my recollection. And I'm happy to go back and double check that, so that I hopefully have not provided misinformation, Member Davis, on that.
Yeah, thanks for the follow-up. And I think that we need to, and this has been going on a few years now, and folks are feeling like it's really onerous, and there are ways to be compliant without it. But so whatever information we need, maybe at some point we should start looking at that. And I'm speaking to us as board members, but that may need a deeper dive for a later date. But thank you for that helpful information.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments, or at least any other hands. Are we ready to proceed to the motion? If so, if somebody would like to make that. Okay, the recommended committee action is that the committee approves R277113 draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Any additional comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Chair Norton,
Yes.
I am a little confused because I was listening, but I'm seeing these votes come in. What am I missing that people disagree with?
Well, I can't necessarily answer for them. I see it at this point 2-1.
Would you like me to speak?
Yeah, if you would like, I was going to say my voice was okay. Go ahead.
I feel I assumed people would vote yes and put the draft through. It's just hard because I've had so many conversations with people that say we can be compliant to the law without some of the things at the school level that are really difficult to manage. And so I'm finding myself conflicted in the space, but I certainly, I think it's going to pass. I think it's going to pass the full board, and I want to be respectful to our auditors too, and what we need, while still, not trying to completely abandon this feedback we're getting from the field that says, we can meet all the requirements of code here, and do it in less onerous ways. So I'm just personally a little bit conflicted, but I assume it's going to pass and move through the board. And I think because I'm the one that's had a lot of these conversations, I feel sort of disingenuous at this point voting yes, but I certainly understand that others would.
Chair Moss?
Hey, thanks. I'm sorry I've been in and out. I share Cindy's concerns. I've been on that task force for, for years, leading it with her. Just start exploring ways to make this more streamlined, some of the contra revenue accounting burden. And so I thought actually some of that discussion was proceeding. So I'm a yes, but with the desire to revisit before we get to the full board. I think there does need to be some deeper analysis of kind of where we've been looking for solutions that obviously but find ways within the GASB standards or GAP standards, excuse me, that we talked about, I think, when I was first on the board. So I think I'd like to get back to that. I share Vice Chair Davis's concerns.
Thank you. Okay, I saw Committee Member Straight, I saw you with a yes vote, and now I see you with nothing there. Did it just drop off? Oh, you're no? Okay. So it looks like that passes 3-2 with Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Straight voting no. Okay, agenda item number 5 is R277459 Teacher Supplies and Materials Appropriation. This is an amendment, and it looks like we have Director Ben Rasmussen here to carry this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair Norton. This is an amendment based on legislation that passed during the session for the teaching supplies and materials appropriation. We had the rule before based on funding we were received, but the legislature adopted a new statute which in the session which governs this. And so the proposed amendments would essentially incorporate that new statute. You'll see that the definition of classroom teacher was actually, they incorporated our rule definition into the statute. And so we're kind of pointing towards the statute on that now. We've also clarified in the rule, or proposing to clarify in the rule, which teachers are eligible to receive the funding. You'll see that on lines 59 through 64 to be consistent with the statutory changes. Then there's other technical changes here, including adding a definition for USIMs and adding, let's see, we forgot to add an oversight category here. We should probably do that by amendment. I'm just looking at it. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through this and I just noticed that. But do you have questions about the rule?
I'm not seeing any hands at this moment.
I think if we could get a motion to amend to add this as an oversight category 2, I can add the language to that before board meeting if that would be appropriate.
Okay, all right, so is
So
there
moved.
something that would Vice Chair Davis, did you just make a request?
I just said so moved.
Okay. Are you moving the motion? I don't think we've got the amendment ready to go till the next. So are you moving the motion?
I've got the amendment ready to go, Chair.
Oh, you do have the amendment. Thank you very much. Okay. So if you'll go ahead and read that amendment in, Cindy.
I move that the committee add oversight category 2 to the rule.
Okay. The amendment before the board is as listed there. Go ahead and please, I don't see any hands. Let's go ahead and please vote. We might have to go back to the old days where we put our number before our name. Okay, that passes unanimously. So now let's go back to the underlying motion.
Shall I do that as well?
That would be great.
I move that the committee approves R277-459 teacher supplies and materials appropriation draft 1 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading.
Great. And Cami, can you make that a little bit larger on the screen? Mine is like 4-point type now, suddenly. Okay. The motion before the board is that, the motion before the committee is that the committee approve R277-459 teacher supplies and materials appropriations draft 1 as amended on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Any questions? All right, committee members, please vote. That passes unanimously. All right. Our next action item is 1.6, R277-726, statewide online education program. This is an amendment, and Director Rasmussen.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of our longer board rules, and this the proposed amendments incorporate a lot of changes here. Just a second. I'm on Finance Committee right now.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I had someone peeking in my room. But this comes as a result of HB 247. And so basically, as you look through it, we have updated definitions. We have updated the course credit acknowledgement process. There are clarifications on approving new providers that follows up on prior committee discussion on the rule. We've updated provider responsibilities on state testing and fees, on grading and SOEPs courses. We've clarified requirements for when students withdraw from an SOEP course. We've clarified SPED and F504 requirements for SOEP, and we've updated requirements for when a provider is non-compliant. So I think probably the best thing to do here, given just the number of changes, is see where the questions are. We have staff here who can help us with those questions. Quinn Kellis and Corey Kont are the primary staff on this. So perhaps if we can throw it out for questions, Chair, that would be the best way to go, unless there's something that you want us to address specifically.
I appreciate that. Yes, let's go ahead and see if we've got any questions.
Chair Moss's hand is up.
Chair Moss, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Couple questions on what page is this? Starting with 312, whatever page starts with line 312.
You're on line 312.
Right, yeah, we're getting there. Let's see here. There we go. Let's see. So I think the reference in 319, that's to the new or revised code with whatever that bill was, 247, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So some of these are new. I don't, are these required? The elements that we are going to ask them to prove now, superintendent, which is staff typically, but verify that they have a student information system compatible with USIMS. That makes sense. Which of these are required by the new statute? And I apologize, should have done a line by line, but whoever added that language, could you let me know if this is required by code or if this is our decision to add the new stuff from 324 to 337?
I think staff can speak to that, but I think this is also this particular part, I think, is a follow-up to committee direction that the staff add increased monitoring requirements for that piece. Director or Quinn, can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you. Quinn Kellis, lead administrator for the state online education program. And to answer that question, this goes back probably to last October when we brought this forward to the board. We had some requests for new providers who wanted to join the SOEP program. And there was one provider that, while they met the basic requirements, we did not feel comfortable recommending them for board approval. And the board directed staff to go back and create criteria that would solidify the type of provider admission standards that the board was comfortable with. This was brought back to the board, I believe it was in December, and staff was directed to go ahead and take that through committee. So this is language to ensure that providers or prospective providers meet the minimum requirements to ensure that they have all the elements that the board is comfortable with in approving them as a provider for online education.
And where are those being? I guess my first question was, are these basic requirements taken from statute? I think I appreciate the reminder, and I need to go back and look at the direction we gave as a full board. Where we're talking about this basic requirement, there was one applicant who met them, but staff wasn't comfortable. Where are those basic requirements prior to what we're seeing here? Are those in, you're talking about rule or board, or excuse me, rule or code?
If I can respond, Chair.
Yes, sir.
So these are not in code. The recommendations that are provided here are staff recommendations. They have some reference back to other statutes that apply. For example, that they have to be a 501c nonprofit is the same requirements that is applied to charter schools. And our auditors recommended that that component be added to the list of requirements, just as an example. But for the SOEP code, these are not included in any recent revisions.
I'm sorry, these are not included in recent revision. These elements that are here in the rule are not taken from recent changes to code. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So the 501c3, oh, Chair, could I follow up? I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The 501c3 then is not in code. It is applicable to charter schools who are full service providers, but this would be a new requirement, not based in code, but a new requirement for SOEP providers who operate through one of our other public schools then, correct?
Chair, may I respond?
Go ahead.
So yes, you're correct. It could be that they are not operating through an LEA, that they are an independent provider.
Right.
This
okay.
was the case of the prospective provider that the board did not approve last fall.
Okay. And if they're an independent provider, then they would have to be I mean, if they are, well, let me get this right. We've got a lot of categories here and that they continue to proliferate. So thank you for walking through it. If they are a separate standalone entity that also provides SOEP, like some of our online providers, Utah Online, Mountain Heights, I mean, some of these do online education, right? But they're also an LEA or tied to an LEA. Who would be entirely independent from that kind of setup and would have the question raised without any current code or rule about whether they are a 501c3? How many entities are out there that are in that sort of little category, or maybe big category as we continue to expand this?
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So we currently have a distinction in title with those different entities. So we have an authorized online provider, which are those that are tied to an LEA. Then we have what we call a certified online provider who are more independent. An example of that would be ASU, who is a provider that primarily services the private schools in Utah. In a certified online provider situation, the state board is the host of that provider. So whereas an authorized online provider is hosted by an LEA, a certified online provider is hosted by the state board.
All right, and that's where this new line 326 would apply then. That's the gap. The others are already covered by some other limitation. I see Deborah nodding her head. I don't know. Or Corey, sorry. Am I getting that right? Then okay, that's the group. So last question. Okay, so none of these new things are required by code. These lines from 324 to 337. It is our judgment based on the experience with some prior applicants, one of which met the basics, but we were not comfortable. Okay, all right. I have an amendment. Let me just throw this out there. I would like to make an amendment that we delete lines 326 and 331 to 337. And rely on the protections we already have in the system and process we already have. And I guess I don't need a second there, so if I could just briefly speak to it.
Yes, go ahead.
And this just follows up questions. I think we have a process. I think we're trying to allow parents to make choices. And, this is one of my, major principles that I think guides what I do here is trust the parent, provide information, provide options, don't substitute our judgment, except as it relates to those core basic elements like having compatibility with USIMS, data protection. I think that is our business. And I think going beyond that substitutes us for the ability of parents to choose in the marketplace and to allow new options that might innovate and do things that work. And if parents don't like it, they don't like it. Kids don't like it, they don't like it. But I think this goes too tight. I think 326 of requiring a 501c3, we already have that in place for the entities where we need it. And I think the connection that we require from SOEP to another entity already gives us that protection. And I think going beyond that just puts us in the place of parents of understanding, judging their familiarity with education, their approach to instruction, their academic philosophy. I don't think we need to be in that business. And I think we give the basics and make sure the money is used correctly. I agree with that. Make sure the data is protected, and then let the options be presented to the parents to make their educated choice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to follow up then with Mr. Callis, because I feel like I understand and I agree with your opinion about providing students with options. I think that is a very important thing. But at the same time, I think if this is somebody that has our board's approval, it also means that we have done our due diligence and we understand what's going on. And so have vetted them fully as an appropriate option for our students and parents, to the extent, I don't want to overreach into that ground, but I want to make sure that we have, solid options available for them. So I'm just asking, would deleting any of these things take that away? Is there something, is there one of these that would be a guardrail that you would recommend that, hey, if they go around this guardrail, it leaves us open, or the parents open, for a problem in such and such an area? Do you see that, Quinn?
Chair Norton?
Yes.
While he's answering, could we ask Cami if she could put these lines back up, 26, 33 to 37, so we could read those again while he's answering?
Okay.
So Chair Norton,
Yes.
and to respond to your question, would these impinge on the ability for parents to make good choices or discredit the board's vetting of providers. I suppose that's an opinion question. And the 501c3 part was a recommendation that we received, so we added that in there. That came from auditors. By taking that out, it would allow for-profit entities to become certified online providers. That's an opinion, whether that's okay or not. As far as the lines 330, I'm sorry, the
331 to 337.
331 to 337, the board does have clearly established vision and purpose for what the educational experience would be for students generally. And this would, in my opinion, not detract from other rule that establishes there.
So this 331 through 330, basically what you're saying is 331 through 337 is restating something that's already in rule somewhere else in the entity. And the only question is that there's possible concern from maybe audit about a for-profit as opposed to a nonprofit. Did I restate that correctly?
Yeah, I would say very generally the philosophy about 331 through 337 is not verbatim in other rule. We did not copy and paste from there, but I would just say that generally, yes. And the board can apply its understanding of those components from its previous experience. But as far as the line 326, that's the reason why that was put in there.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kellis. Dr. Thronson. Dr. Thronson, did you have a comment or question you wanted to make?
Yes, with respect to some of the issues with some of our providers, they don't have boards. So to relinquish that responsibility to the local board, that isn't true for all of our providers. And so just be thoughtful as you guys are thinking about potential revisions. That opportunity outside of our LEA providers is not an option to refer back to their local boards.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Davis.
Yeah, I would speak against this amendment at this time. I think this is a state online education program. It's a state program. They have to teach state standards. There's certain things that they have to do and we are responsible for. And if parents want to go to a private provider, that's not part of this. What is the benefit to, for example, private and homeschool students is that they can participate in a state online course free of charge, basically. But the oversight body still needs to make sure that there's quality education because these are state funded programs. If I'm understanding correctly, and if they want something different, they can do that through Utah Fits All. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Kemp.
Very specifically, a 5013C requires a board oversight, whereas some other business organization types do not require a board. And sections 53G4-402 and section 53G-5-404, which describe the responsibility of boards for oversight of curriculum, issuance of transcripts, and things like this, require a board. Those are the responsibilities of a board. That's one of the other, or that is the primary goal of this. It's not profit or nonprofit. It's oversight by a board.
Thank you. Chair Moss.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I think, been reference to Fits All. I was one who voted to support that, but really I'd love to have our own system be flexible enough that kids decide to stay in the system rather than go outside. I think some of this is beyond the basics that we already have. They do have to teach to the standards. They do have oversight. They have fiscal responsibility. I don't think we need to be limiting the range of people that we can use within our public system to give these options. I don't think you have to be a 501c3 to be responsible and to have appropriate opportunities for our oversight. And I don't think we need to be evaluating the academic philosophy. There are ways to do that already. We need to have them tied to the fundamental basics. And I think, you know, it's an area like licensing that sometimes we impose higher standards than we need to because we're interested in quality control. I think that's a good impulse, but I do think we choke it off, and we're going to be in a situation where folks believe that maybe the private system is the place they have to go. And so I would rather proliferate options and keep the right oversight, but not you know, at our own judgment where we don't need to. Let's trust the parents and keep the basics covered and make it a good place to come and stay within our public ed system. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis.
Yeah, thank you. Just in response to that comment, I think if that's the case, then we should change the name of this, because people have a certain understanding when they go to, for example, a publicly funded charter school or a district school, that it's going to be different from a private school, and those choices all still exist. But in this particular case, people should know that there is a certain expectation, and when we have private providers, that's not there. So if we want to change the name and say this is just sort of an online, anybody can participate with a variety of things, that's different. But I think that the state online education program has a certain understanding from parents that they know what they're getting when they choose it.
And I would have to agree with what Vice Chair Davis just said. We have to hold tight to our standards, and online education is a wild, wild west in some ways, and yet it is one of the greatest options for so many students, but it still has to have standards, and it still has to have a level of expectation and work and value added to that education. And I don't think we can be fuzzy on those standards. So I would be opposed to this as well. I'm not seeing any other hands. So let's go ahead and vote on the motion, on the amendment from Chair Moss. That the committee strikes line 326 and lines 331 through 337. Committee members, if you'll please vote.
Abstaining.
Okay, I'm not seeing Committee Member Bogus. Do you see that, Cami?
She said she abstained.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that vote fails. 3 negative, 1 abstention, and 1 affirmative. With Board Member Bogus, if the the abstention, and Chair Moss as the affirmative. Okay, Vice Chair Davis, did you have a question or comment?
I have an amendment.
Yes.
I move that we add to line 410 the words, "The provider will add the flag to the students on the new dashboard." And then maybe, Chair, if it's okay, we could look at line 410 again.
Yes, let's bring 410 up. Is the provider up above not tied to that? where it says grade progress reporting of an eligible student by an authorized online course provider, and then little II flags.
Maybe someone out there could help me. This is just feedback that I got from SOEP providers that
Dr.
said,
Camp can
Yeah.
comment on that.
Yes, it was pointed out to me by one of our providers that this is, and this language comes from the House Bill 247. Okay, the language isn't specific around who's providing that flag. Is the State Board of Education flagging a student and saying they're not making adequate progress, or is it the provider? It is really the provider that needs to be doing that. So as we have written dashboard specifications, that was incorporated. So that's consistent with our planning.
so you already worked with them and that's covered in this language. I'll be honest, y'all sometimes speak another language. I'm trying to learn SOEP. So if you feel like that's covered and it's clear that they're going to add it onto the new dashboard, then I think we can move forward.
It doesn't hurt to add it here, though, just so you know.
But the expectation is it'll be added to the new dashboard by the provider. Thank you.
Hey, any other questions, comments, concerns, committee members? Okay, we are ready for so Committee Member Davis, are we making this motion to add it to 410?
I can withdraw it based on what I'm understanding from Dr. Camp.
Okay.
That it's already there in appropriate forms.
Okay, so we can. Then I think we're ready for the underlying motion.
Okay, unless someone else wants to do it, I'm just trying to hurry things along.
Thank you.
I move that the committee approves R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on first reading and forward it to the board for approval on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the committee approves R277-326. Nope, that's the wrong one. R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Committee members, please vote. Okay, it looks like that passes. Do we have a vote from committee members, Vargas? Anyone?
She voted yes.
She voted yes, that passes unanimously. Okay, item 1.7, R277-326, early learning. This is an amendment and Director Rasmussen's going to walk us through this.
Thank you, Chair. There is just one, well, there are two substantive amendments here. The one is adding the oversight category. The other, the primary motivation for bringing the rule before the committee is to amend lines 84 through 87. Previously, there was a limitation on carry forward for these funds. For LEAs, staff is recommending that that language be stricken so that there be no carry, so that LEAs can carry forward these funds, is my understanding. Julie Clark is the staff member who's responsible for this rule. She can answer questions if you have any about the program, but that's what's being proposed for this rule.
Thank you. Committee members, any questions or concerns? Not seeing any hands, we're ready for a motion then.
I'll do it so Cindy doesn't have
Thank
to.
you. Committee Member Straight.
Move that the committee approves R277-326 Early Learning Draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading.
All right, the motion before the committee is that the committee approves R277-326 Early Learning Draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Any questions on that? All right, go ahead and please vote. Okay, looks like that passes 4-1 with Committee Member Bogus in opposition. Next item is agenda item number 8, R277-332 Master Pilot Program Grant Application Scoring Rubric. This is incorporated by a reference document.
Yeah, there are two items here, Chair, if I may.
Okay,
They go together.
They're going to
Yeah.
go together. So we also have R277-332 Master Pilot Program Grant Application Scoring Rubric. Did I just read that?
Yeah, that's the item that's going to be incorporated by reference, and then we would talk about the rule after that.
Okay, let's do that then.
So if I can give background, if I may,
What?
Chair.
18 and 19.
Yes. This comes as a result of HB 431, which establishes a new pilot program to provide mentoring and assistance for educators. There are a couple things that are required in rule. One is the scoring rubric, and so that's why you have this first document. Staff felt that the best way to accomplish this was to take the scoring rubric, present it to the board, and then we would incorporate that by rule. So the first item is the scoring rubric. Katie Jones is the staff member who is responsible for this program. If you have questions about, it might be good to have Katie just kind of explain how the rubric works, and then if members have questions, we can follow up.
Great, thank you. Specialist Jones, welcome to the committee. Anything you'd like to add?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but if you would like for me to go through the rubric, I can do that. Whatever questions you have.
Okay, committee members, it's in your hands. What would you like? You got questions? You want to see the rubric? Chair Moss.
Thanks, Chair. Hey, just quick comment. I appreciate it. I've been working with Director Thronson and others. This came out of our board-approved recommendation of the legislature for 2 years. 2023, it was outside the top 10, didn't press it, didn't pass. Last year, it was inside. Representative Perucci picked it up, got great success on the Hill, and we've just been putting it into effect. So this is, I'm excited to see it work. Chair Davis and I and my Vice Chair Hart did a lot of the early lifting, and I think it'll hopefully give two things: opportunities for teachers who need growth opportunities and reasons to stay in the system, and recognition for their great merit and effort to be a different kind of instructional leader. It builds on teacher leader, but also expands it structurally. Takes those top 3 elements of the teacher leader that Tabitha Pacheco and others have created, the in-classroom versions of teacher leadership, and kind of provides a structural path and pay for that through the matching grant opportunity. So I know at least some folks in my area are interested in pursuing it, and I appreciate putting it into something formalized with the rubric that will hopefully kind of create some opportunities for innovation in raising up those teachers that deserve it and putting in a better position to help those teachers who need it. So it's meant to address two sides: the growth opportunities for innovative, experienced teachers, and greater access to those folks from the new teachers or those who are struggling with not a whole lot of direction. Well, I should say not a whole lot of restriction. It kind of juices the system to say, hey, let's think of some new things that districts come up with, but within the rubric. So I just want to say thanks to staff for working it up.
Thank you. Vice Chair Davis.
Yeah, agree with all that's been said, and just to want to really highlight one piece that we've heard from the field from teachers who feel like they want to stay, but feel like they want more of a challenge or a change or an opportunity to coach or supervise or mentor, but don't want to be in administration and don't have a financial bridge between the two things. And so this is going to provide some opportunities to innovate and look at some different options in that area.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm ready for the first amendment, the one that's associated with agenda item 8 for 332. Does anyone like to give that?
Amendment or motion?
Oh, doggone it. Sorry. Okay. Yes, for the motion. Thanks, Chair.
I'll
You're
move.
up.
I haven't done much, but I move that the committee approves R277-332 Master Pilot Program Grant Application Scoring Rubric incorporated by reference document on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the committee is that the committee approve R277-332 Master Pilot Program Grant Application Scoring Rubric incorporated by reference document on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Vice Chair Davis, is that a comment, question you wanted to make? Okay, then go ahead and please vote, committee. Okay, that passes 4-1 with committee member Bogus voting in opposition. All right, let's go ahead then and do the second motion under 332. All right, then I'll give that. The committee approves R277-332 Teacher Retention Pilot Program Draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. Any questions or comments? All right, committee, let's go ahead and please vote. Okay, looks like that passes 4-1 with committee member Bogus voting in opposition. All right, we are going to take a 5-minute break at this point. We've been going now for 2 hours and we're not quite to the halfway point, but we are the halfway point on the agenda and we're at the halfway point in our time almost. So let's just take a quick break. Sorry, I should have said, let's take a 5-minute break. So be back at 9:45. Okay, it's 9:45. Let's see if we have our committee back. Chair Moss, are you here? Committee member Straight? Vice Chair Davis? Committee member Bogus? Is my speaker working? Anybody hear me?
I do, Chair.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get some committee members here. Vice Chair Davis? Chair Moss? Committee member Straight?
I'm here.
Thank you. Committee member Bogus?
Present, ma'am.
Woohoo! We've got a quorum. Well, is that a quorum? We got a majority. Okay, I know those other two are going to pop in any minute. We're going to do a little agenda shuffling here for a minute because the timing is a little wacky. We are going to skip down to item 11, which is the direction to create a legislative funding request for the 2025 general session. And we will be having Deputy Superintendent Jones, Assistant Superintendent Deborah Jacobson, Chief of Staff Young, and Director of Strategic Plan. Oh my goodness. Let me be a grown-up. Director of Strategic Initiatives, Todd Call, handling this. Go ahead, folks.
Hey, ma'am, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. In the interest of time, can we just go right to Chief of Staff Young, please?
Yep, there we go. Efficiency at its best.
Great, thank you. So thank you for having me, Chief of Staff Sarah Young. So today we are seeking direction from the Finance Committee related to the creation of legislative funding requests for the 2025 general session. In your backup, you will note that we have a timeline that we've presented you in the previous 2 months related to the action steps that staff takes to support the board in your process to develop your legislative funding priorities. So I know it seems early related to the session has just ended, but this is really the opportunity to be able to look at the funding priority process. So you can see by this agenda that we're here in May. And so our goal in today's conversation is twofold. First and foremost, for the Finance Committee to be able to generate a list of topics of interest. Those topics are items where you think that the K-12 system could benefit from additional resources to be able to help out certain areas or efforts or programs within K-12 education within the state. Just so you know, those topics that you provide us, we then translate with staff into a list that actually will go before the full board in June. So they have the opportunity to add or make tweaks to. And then staff takes June and July to develop that into a more fully fleshed out proposal. So for example, if one of your topics that you identify as an area of need would be related to, let's say, early learning or something having to do with that realm, you can provide some guidelines, some guardrails, and then we as staff would develop that into a more fully fleshed out proposal with funding numbers, different activities and efforts that could support that effort. And then we bring it back to you in August for additional feedback and the opportunity to be able to decide, is this board supported? And is this something we want to put on the priority list? So I know that a lot of times in these conversations, it can seem very definitive to take a vote. I just want want to clarify for purposes today, your requests and votes are specific to directing staff to create a draft. It is not a commitment to a future effort. It is just to allow staff to create the draft language for you then as a board to consider later in the fall as part of your process.
Committee Member Straight.
Yes, thank you. So I keep forgetting, I know we changed the name for, we have policy requests and we have business cases, but it's not called business cases anymore, is it? Or is it still called that?
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So board member Straight is accurate. So we were asked in partnership with the other agencies that work on legislative funding to not call them business cases, but instead to change the name. And so they are now called General Legislative Funding Requests. And so that is the new title for business case, if that terminology helps to kind of reminisce about our previous processes.
And the other's still called policy requests? Is that still the
Correct.
same?
We do have a separate avenue to be able to create a policy request. You will notice in the backup that we've included the template that we brought to you in April and was approved by the board previously, just to be able to show kind of how we structure these requests, the information that staff drafts to provide you as the board, information to inform your decision. You'll see under nature of requests, we have a policy request, we have a funding request, and then we have both a policy and funding request because there are certain efforts that would require some modifications to code for us to be able to move forward. So staff identifies that as part of the drafting effort.
Okay, thank you so much for that because I've been getting it wrong and I need to get that in my brain. So I've got it written down and we can go from there. So I have quite a few that I've written down. First one would be both a policy and funding request. And since we already have a policy request regarding school safety, I'd like an update. So if we could have an update on a policy request regarding school safety, and then from that, let's build a funding request based on the policy request. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Another one is, so last year we did do some things with behavior. There were several bills that were passed in regards to behavior. I'm speaking very broadly. We had Senate Bill 159. We also had Representative Ray Ward, and I can't remember what his House bill, but it had to do with behavior. I think we need to pursue that again. I think there's more issues that need to be fleshed out. We need to get a lot better tools to the education system in regards to this, especially with training. You know, we have too many classroom clearings still, so I think we need to get a hold on that. So behavior as a, and that's probably both a policy and funding request as well. I guess it depends on how you phrase that. Another one is absenteeism, chronic absenteeism, which already has a definition in code. And one there. Okay, now I have three that I actually I dropped last year, so but we already have some work, and I have some suggestions on that. One would be we have the educator incentive programs. We have 3 of those, and it would be nice to put together a working group of from one of those groups, or have from all of these the national board certification. I think we need to start looking at ways in which we can either support or help support the funding request. I can't remember what it's called now. Lincoln Fillmore is incentive pay, but I can't remember. I don't think that's the exact phrase, but I think we need to work along the educator incentive program to make those more effective. For example, the effective teachers in high poverty schools, the use of that program, I think it's a great policy, but it requires districts to pay into that. So effective teachers in high poverty schools, look at that, as well as TSSP, Teacher Salary Supplement Program, National Board Certification. Let's just look at those and see what could we do to improve those programs, or do we need to emphasize one program more than it is? Anyway, just a broad look at it without any presuppositions on exactly what that'll look like. We already have our professional hours. It was increased by $10 million from 64 million to 74 million. Those professional hours, I'd like to suggest that we have a three-legged stool. I think we have one leg of that stool with the teacher professional hours. I would like to have us start looking at and putting out the idea of additional hours, but from a different bent, and that would be the PLC professional hours. That's where you work with your team. So the other, you can work with your team. It's your choice. It's what you want to do. But let's add a second leg to that stool and have team paid hours to where they can focus on PLCs outside of the regular contract hours. I think that incentivizes teachers in that regard. And the last one, there was some movement. Representative Clancy already has a program out there. I feel very comfortable with it as a conservative, that some of his ideas could be further developed. I think it's a great pathway to helping children achieve their full potential by having full stomachs. And I think there's a conservative pathway to that. And so school lunch, let's not designate it yet, but I'd like to see it based on Representative Clancy's work and perhaps team with him, because usually these things that don't get approved the previous year, they gain a little more traction, a little more understanding. They get revised to bring more people into the fold and understanding of what's trying to be accomplished. And anyway, so that's my last one. And I was pleased. I hadn't known that there had been funding for the school fees. I knew about the bill being passed, but I didn't know about the funding. So hats off to Representative Strong on that. So we don't need any type of thing on school fees. So that's just something that was, because I know I presented it last year and it didn't get the support, but I'm glad that Representative Strong was able to make that successful. Okay, I know I threw a lot out there, but that's my list. Any clarification?
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So, and this is probably more just a process question. I think we've captured all of the topics, board members straight. So, Chair Norton, I'm curious how you'd like to structure this. If you'd like to generate the list from all of the Finance Committee members collectively, and then you can vote on it as one block. If you would like, to vote on each topic separately, what makes sense for you?
First, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do we first need to vote on the process, or we already got the process under control?
So the process was previously voted on and approved by the full board. So right now we're just focused on topics, and it's how you'd like to approach those.
I think that we ought to group the finance ones together. They'll get voted on individually in full board meeting. So I think if we could combine a list, make a combined list from finance to bring forward, and then let them go individually. I think each finance committee member should present them individually to the full board. I don't think we need to vote on them both places for the full for full voting individually.
That sounds great. So I'm actually going to hand it over to both Deputy Jones and Director Call, who will continue to facilitate this discussion as we get additional ideas from Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there committee members? Are there others amongst you today that have items that you would like to have on the list to go at this time? Now that this does not preclude you bringing them up at a later time. So, I know this is just getting things rolling, but if some of you have your items and you would like to start bringing them forward now, let's get them on our finance list. Thank you, Vice Chair Davis.
We talked about something a little bit late in the season last year, and it didn't pass and it didn't go through. But I'm really a bit frustrated and concerned that our speech techs and some of our occupational therapy folks, there are certain subsets of groups that got left out of the educator salary supplements. And they have the same credentials, so to speak. I mean, a bachelor's degree required, and they're working in these special areas. So I would really like to revisit this again this year for these folks statewide who got left out. I mean, it's going to be probably upwards of $8 million or more, depending on initial estimates that we tried to do. I have the exact amount for speech techs, but not for the occupational therapists. But I think we need to relook at that list for educator salary supplements and include everybody that's working in schools with kids. Yeah.
Okay. Director Call, are you the one that's taking this, adding onto this list?
Yes, Chair, and I currently have 6 on the list, so
Okay.
I'll continue capturing them as you
Okay.
discuss.
Looks like Committee Member Straight.
Yeah, just a clarification from Board Member Davis. So that's part of the educator incentive programs that we have. It's one of the 3. Did you want to carve that out separately, or do you want to have it as part of a broader discussion on the incentive programs we have? And I'm just asking for thoughts. That's all.
May I, Chair?
Yes.
This particular piece we need to carve out separately, because from what I understood from your comments earlier is you want to take a general look at these, and these folks aren't even included in the list to be even considered for general tweaks. They never even got the first piece.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any others at this point? All right, so do we have someone that would like to present this recommended action that's on the screen?
So what do we need to do?
There's a recommended action on the screen.
Okay, so do you want that read?
Uh-huh, and we'll vote on
Okay.
that.
So action,
And then,
direction.
And then we can have Director Call fill in when it gets to the point of the list.
Okay, action, direction to create legislative funding requests for the 2025 general session. Recommended action, the committee recommends that the board approves staff to create the following funding requests to facilitate the preparation and presentation of budget proposals by USBE staff. List of topics for requested legislative funding proposals as developed by board members. These proposals will be presented to the full board starting in the August 2024 board meeting.
Okay, and Director Call, will you read that list that we have? Those of you that presented one or multiple, make sure yours is here now.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, Chair Norton. One thing that I just want to call out or question real quick, the recommended action itself does call out budget proposals, but I believe we're also looking at policy as well. So as long as we understand the intent, these may be policy and funding requests, but the list that I have.
Would you read it in that way? Oh, sorry, we'll read it in that way.
Okay, great. So the first one I have is related to updating school safety and any money associated with the needs identified there. The second is school behavior. The third is chronic absenteeism, a broad look at that. The fourth is looking at a broad view of the educator incentives, National Board, TSSP, and others were mentioned, incentive pay as well. The fifth, actually, I'll ask for a clarification on this. The professional hours, the three-legged stool, is that captured within the educator incentives, or are we calling that out? That's separate. Okay.
It'd be separate and it'd be PLC professional hours. So it'd be team.
Perfect. So that makes the fifth then the PLC professional hours with the three legs mentioned. The sixth being looking at school lunch. The seventh being looking specifically at the educator salary adjustments, additional areas that were left out previously, speech text, and so on. And a note that that was 8 million or more based on previous projections and discussions.
Okay, committee members, does that sound okay?
One quick question.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Davis.
Just, I mean, I feel like we've worked really hard to, you especially, Board Member Straight, actually more than anybody, to get the educator preparation hours for individual prep hours for teachers. So the PLC hours, this would be an addition onto that. And do you think at all that if they add PLC hours, it could jeopardize those individual extra prep hours? Because most LEAs are already paying people to do in contract hours PLC time. I get kind of nervous that could we jeopardize our individual prep hours time and have them lump everything in together, and then they lose that thing they need the very, very most, or what they've been asking for the very, very most.
May I answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a legitimate point, because in some ways I think we still have need to grow those individual hours more. And so that might be something. I'd like to leave it as it is right now, but as part of that discussion later, I think if the board were to say, no, we would like to focus still on those personalized, that individual time, I think that would be great. I bring up the three-legged stool because I think that there's what we do. It's what we do as teachers, as professionals. There's also what we do with our team, and then there's the professional development, which is also a key part of teacher success. So I think it's an important question, and I just like to have the discussion and talk through that, because you may be right. The best path may be different than what I presented today, but I'd like to keep it where it is right now with the idea that there's flexibility.
And while you're still got your mic on, Board Member Straight, would it be friendly on that action if we say create the following policy and funding requests instead of just funding requests?
Yes, I think that'd probably be wise.
Okay, so, and that's a friendly, without objection from the rest of, is there any objection to that? Funding and policy? Okay. So the recommended action, the motion for the board to, the motion for the committee to consider is that the committee recommends that the board approve staff to create the following policy and funding requests to facilitate the preparation and presentation of budget proposals for USBE staff, as were read by Director Call into the record. Can I say that? Can I do that quick?
One
Yes.
minor tweak. On the bottom one where it says speech, text, occupational therapy staff, et cetera, who are left out of TSSP. It's not just TSSP. It's any and all, educator supplemental programs. And I think there are a couple out there.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just for additional clarification through you, does Board Member Davis mean like the educator salary adjustment?
Yes.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, committee members, please vote. Chair Moss, are you with us?
I'm there. Sorry, I voted
Oh,
yes to put this
That's
through for
okay,
discussion.
and I'm looking for committee member Bogus. All right, that passes by a vote of 4-1 with committee member Bogus voting in opposition. Okay, we're going to go on now to item 112. This is an information item. The recognition of progress, achievements, and improvements, and Deputy Superintendent Jones will lead this. We'll go back to item 110 when Chief of Staff Young is able to return.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If we could open up, so Cami, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we recognized excellence by our staff, and then also at the same time with compliance, specifically related to the ESSER ARP maintenance of equity. So Madam Chair, I believe he's in here, but if we could recognize our great team, Sam, Cole Shakespeare, Neil Stevens. You can see in this email body the notification that or update on that maintenance of equity compliance provision that on April 2nd, the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education approved the request for an exception for an uncontrollable and exceptional circumstance. The official correspondence from OESE is attached to the email. So, Madam Chair, at this time, may we recognize Mr. Stevens to expand on this a little bit more, what it means for our state, and ESSER ARP maintenance of equity.
That is wonderful. Yes, Mr. Stevens, we would love you to talk to us about this.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. Neil Stevens, I'm a fiscal monitoring team lead here in finance operations at USDE. What this means is the maintenance of equity portion requires that in high poverty schools, LEAs do not reduce funding on a per pupil basis or on an FTE basis in those schools that have the top 25% of students in poverty in those LEAs. And so we have to go through a very laborious process to make calculations about which LEAs must make that calculation and to submit calculations and fund and results of our funding to LEAs. So over the past 2 years for fiscal 22 and 23, we were required to make that calculation. In fiscal 22, there were 2 LEAs that were subject to calculation. One was Garfield School District, and the other one was Summit Academy. Summit Academy didn't meet on the basis of funding, but we were able to secure an exception for them because they moved some of their students, their special ed students, from one school to the other. Moving that, those students moved the funding and created a shortfall in funding on a per student basis. We met with the Department of Education, explained this scenario, and they accepted it as being an unusual circumstance and gave us an exception. So in FY23, all LEAs met the calculation, had no concerns, and so this marks the end of any compliance requirements that we have with the Department of Education regarding this particular requirement. Now, the department may come back to us and ask for detail on our calculation methodology, but to date, they have already reviewed it in prior years and have no questions. And so, from my perspective, we have no further obligation for compliance requirements with the department unless they come back to us with further requests.
That is great news. Efficiency. Good job.
Subject to any other questions, ma'am, that concludes the recognition of progress, achievements, or improvements by our extraordinary staff and their ability to meet, requirements, but also to recognition of the 2 LEAs, that also participated in this to further demonstrate just how well Utah is at managing and controlling our funds. So.
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sam, go ahead. Yeah.
Chair Norton, if I may, I just want to commend Neil Stevens here. This was not in his job description. This was an additional requirement of the ARP ESSER funds, and it was a big lift, and he managed it very well, and just want to express appreciation to him for doing that. So.
Oh, that just makes it twice as sweet. So it wasn't in his job description, but he does an extraordinary job at doing something outside of that. That is going above and beyond. That's the definition of it. Thank you so much, Neil. That's great. Great. What a team. What a team. Wonderful.
Good job. Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I recommend that before we proceed any further within this agenda item, we return back to item number 11. There was a second action process recommended. Could we return to that, and I can, at your direction?
Yes, I'm sorry. I can see
No,
it
you're
now.
fine, man.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
sir, I show 2 board member hands up.
You see what? Oh, okay. 2 member hands up on the agenda item we're on right now.
Yeah, board member Davis
Okay.
and Moss both have their
Okay,
hands.
I'm sorry. Okay, Madam Chair, if we could recognize those board members, I apologize. I didn't see the hands.
Yes. Whomever was first, go first.
I think Cindy was up first.
I just had a quick question. Well, first, congratulations and thank you for doing this. Is maintenance of equity separate and distinct from maintenance of effort? Like, was this like some special requirement just for the ESSER funds? It's different from maintenance of effort, or has the whole department changed maintenance of effort into maintenance? They're calling it maintenance of equity.
Is a unique requirement to the ESSER ARP funds. It was done to ensure that because of the influx of ARP and COVID-related relief funds, that LEAs were not reducing state funds in schools where students experience high rates of poverty. It was a method to ensure essentially that they were not supplementing, rather they weren't supplanting our state funds or local funds with new federal dollars.
Got it.
This is
Thank
what the
you.
control on that.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Chair Moss.
Thank you. I won't do my extended federal rant. I'll save it or provide it and extend it in the comments as they do. I want to thank Neil Stevens for doing this, and I'll just also just register that, this is a comparative analysis. You look at your lowest quartile, and it's not tied to absolute poverty factors. It's, for me, a classic federal string, and I appreciate, Neil's respect for the idea that we make sure we protect our kids and don't drop below. But I see this as kind of micromanagement of the type that we could have spent those dollars in hours better elsewhere. And I appreciate his willingness to jump in. But, some of this stuff I think we need to address on a macro level. I know Summit Academy, Vice Chair Hart's over there, and the time and effort we have to spend to prove things that we've already been doing, and we comply with programs that's designed to protect kids who are below the poverty line. This singles out the lowest quartile in a system or district that doesn't even qualify necessarily for title funds. So I guess I want to say thanks to our staff and also express frustration and a desire to find ways to push back so we don't have to spend extra time and money that diverts from what I think is in our best judgment about how we serve kids, which we have plenty of great ideas and effort already going in that lane. So it's a thanks and a registration of my frustration to the cosmos. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Maybe we should have a committee on that. Okay. No, just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Back to Deputy Superintendent Jones on this recommended action, part 2 on agenda item 11.
Yes, ma'am. So the second recommended action is that, well, you can see it there. The committee proposes that the USB staff undertake the development of a thorough list encompassing the needs identified. The compilation will serve to enrich the board's decision-making process in preparation for the 2025 general legislative session. The so what, or what this means is this is a board directed, or, you know, if the board would to approve, that we as staff can undertake development of a list of identified needs from within the K through 12 system to put in front of the board at a later date. So this would enable staff at the board's direction to compile that list. Can we recognize Director Call to see if he wants to clarify anything I just said on this recommended action, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Director Call.
Yes, thank you, Chair Norton, and that's a perfect explanation. I would add one small piece, which is this list would not mean that these would go forward or become priorities, but it would be a list that you as a committee and board would be able to look at and consider if you wanted staff to go forward in creating a full comprehensive request for you to review, to then consider to prioritize or not at that point. So just a list of ideas from staff that they've seen for your consideration.
And can I clarify again the timeline? So this list will be brought up in June, and then if it is, if the full board agrees to it, that would allow July for staff to put these official requests together, and then we would meet on them in August and start our priority process. Is that correct?
Well, Madam Chair, if I may, and then Director Call can correct me, is I think what we're anticipating is that if the board approves this in the June meeting, yes, we would bring that list to the board. So yeah, that would give us July to work on it. So is that correct?
So we would have to approve it in full board and then bring the list forward both in June.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me check in with Director Call. Is that the right timeline?
I think we're saying, Chair, if I may,
yeah,
I think we're saying the same thing, but maybe mixing it up just a little bit. So the way that the recommended action is currently written is you would then be if approved now, then you would recommend to the board that staff creates a comprehensive list in June, which would then trigger staff to begin working in June to have that list ready for the following board meeting, which I think would not be July, but then in August.
So we basically got a little bit of a head start today, but we're looking for these items to come forward in June.
The items themselves wouldn't be drafted, or we wouldn't create a list until we receive full direction from the board to start the list, which would then happen after the June meeting, unless the committee, and I would defer to you all, if the committee can give direction to staff to begin populating it without the board's approval, then certainly we would do that as well. But I would defer to you in terms of process.
I think that it's best that the full board approve it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm just going to go with that. But Chair Moss has got some additional thoughts.
Real quick, thank you, Chair. The needs identified, that's pretty broad. And I think, each year we have a certain number of things that we highlight as what we see as the gaps. This is something new that I haven't seen before, I think. Is this meant to sort of take a comprehensive review of what's being funded, what's not, according to individual stakeholders? There's a whole lot of difference of opinion, of course, about, what's working well, what's starved, what's overfed. Pretty broad, but what would be the scope of this? I don't want to suggest that we're funding something that would be a whole sort of K-12 financial audit review, or that would suggest that all of those things have support, where previously we've sort of taken a rifle shot approach to singling out those areas that we think are being, underfunded. What's the intended scope of this, and how would it differ from what we usually do?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I think if we can scroll to the template that is in backup as well, this might give some additional insight. So I think of this list as essentially asking staff to brainstorm ideas for you to consider, for them to actually create a comprehensive request or not. So there would not be a full request made. This would be essentially, we would go to staff and say, what are you hearing from the field? What are some of the needs that are coming to you, so that we can inform you all as the committee and board of what we're hearing. And then you would have the chance to go through the whole list and say, these are the ideas that we would like to actually create a request for, to be considered for prioritization later on. This doesn't prioritize anything. It doesn't tie anyone to doing anything other than directing staff to say, hey, let's have a brainstorm as staff based on what you're hearing from the field, so that you're all informed to what we're hearing, to help you decide what you'd like to move forward or not move forward. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that. And that sounds more like what I'm familiar with from last year.
But it does not include board members just bringing forward their own. And I think that has been, we keep saying that that's what we want to do, that we want this to be board driven, but that didn't say that. That said the staff's going to create the list and then we'll just decide on it. And I think that's a concern for me.
So Chair, could I actually answer that one from from the board chair side? I think what we've had is the opportunity, as we've discussed earlier, for board members, committee members to weigh in today, board members to weigh in with their own, but then also staff members to raise things which, if chosen by the board to develop more fully, would then bring a business case for the board to consider. So at least as I understand it, this is what we've been working on. I think last year we ended up using this process, bringing it up in a board meeting, a special board meeting. And if 3 board members brought it forward, it was voted to support having a full business case. Whatever that was, I think it worked pretty well. Is there any proposal to deviate from that? Because I thought we hit a pretty good balance last year. Obviously, folks might have different ideas, but to Chair Norton's point, the board driven process operates independently, and this feeds into that, as I've sort of understood that. And I see Todd nodding his head. Is this meant to basically follow that same outline then from last year?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I don't know if that satisfies your concerns, Chair Norton, but I had the same ones, and I liked the way we kept control but had input last year.
Okay. All right. Then if somebody could bring forward this recommended action.
I can move it. Move that the committee proposes that USB staff undertake the development of a thorough list encompassing the needs identified within the K-12 education system. This compilation will serve to enrich the board's decision-making process in preparation for the 2025 general legislative session.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the committee proposes that the committee proposes that the USBE staff undertake the development of a thorough list encompassing the needs identified within the K-12 education system. This compilation will serve to enrich the board decision-making process in preparation for the 2025 general legislative session. Any questions or comments? Okay, committee members, please vote.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
I
go
just
ahead.
really quick. So that's going to come from representatives of districts and charters, I assume. That's where the feedback's coming from.
This says the field, so I would assume that.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and vote. Okay, committee member Bogus had to step away. From what I saw, that looks like that was unanimous 4-0 with committee member Bogus absent.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I believe, well, now that we've concluded this agenda item, Chief of Staff Young is back. So at your direction, may we return to agenda
110.
item number 10.
Yes. All right. So back to agenda number 10. Measuring the results of appropriation for specific programs. Chief of Staff Young.
Great, thank you. So this is a follow-up to a series of conversations that the board has had, or finance committee, pardon me, has had related to investigating a process to be able to measure kind of results specific to an appropriation. So at times we've kind of called it an ROI or a return on investment. But in the latest kind of direction given to staff, we were tasked with creating a proof of concept logic model. And so the logic model is really designed to be able to try and capture the different elements of the program, including the funding stream, what resources are available to it, and then looking at the activities involved in that program, short-term outcomes, long-term outcomes as they align with our performance measures for the agency, the financial trends of the particular effort. And then the board also asked us to create a section specific to the personnel. And so we have an effort related to documenting any specific personnel, their monitoring responsibilities and their financial responsibilities related to the support of the program to help inform board conversations and awareness of what we're doing, as well as then what could be done to either enhance the program, improve the program, or, receive additional advocacy for resources for the program. You'll note we have 2 proof of concepts available to you, and I'm happy to walk you through those or walk you through the template as time allows. We're really here to get feedback on the template itself today. So the 2 programs that are really with us in spirit of, bridging a new frontier, we're willing to kind of try out the template to help show you what it could look like so that you can get feedback to that effort before we formalize it and start moving more specifically to programs identified by the board. So I guess I'll bring it back. If there's interest in going through the template or in looking at the examples, what makes sense to Finance Committee?
Committee, any thoughts? Go ahead, Chair Moss.
I'll be quick because I've been involved in this for a long time, but I just want to thank Chief of Staff Young for running with this. I think, one of the questions I see there, what mechanisms do we utilize to link performance measures from inputs to outcomes? How are we, looking at efficiency and effectiveness of what we're doing? I just think this is a step forward in helping us ask ourselves good, healthy questions. Does the money produce the outcomes we're hoping for? And this has really put flesh on the bone. So I leave it to others because I've had a lot of input, but I just want to say thank you. I think this puts us in good stead for our own decision making and puts us in good stead with stakeholders in the legislature as we go through the other process we just described of asking for funding. This really tells them, look, we're analyzing our own use of the funds you give us, and we're looking to make sure it's linked to student success. So I won't ask any micromanaging questions. Just thank you for moving this forward.
Okay, I'm thinking that the template is hypothetical, but I think that would be a good place to start. And then if we need something a little more concrete, go through an example. Unless somebody has some opposition to that. Okay, yeah, let's start with the template and then if needed, add in the examples.
So I'll go ahead and share my screen so I can kind of walk you through this effort. So this is our ROI logic model template. And you'll see it's designed in a slide deck to be able to try and capture the high level information in a way that is accessible to the board members, just noting all of the backup and paperwork that you often have to go through. So I'll just walk you through kind of the high level components of this, proof of concept logic model. We have program title at the top, and then we've asked them to develop a problem statement. The problem statement is really designed to be able to address the problem or the challenge that the program or policy is designed to address. So you'll notice in the template that we gave you that there's not only the high level slides, like you can see slide 1 states problem statement, but starting at slide 5, we also have staff process guidance. So this is to be able to just provide some additional information about how we're supporting staff in developing the content to go into the template. So the problem statement can address a variety of issues, what the problem is, why we have a problem, for whom it exists, who has a stake in the problem, and then what's known about the problem in terms of is there research available. In addition to the problem statement, we then break it down into a traditional logic model format. We start with resources. So resources could be considered your inputs, is another regular terminology that's used in the field. This is where as staff will list fiscal resources, so appropriations that come from the legislature and any additional guidance they may provide. FTE, if FTE was awarded to the program, so that you can see that as a clear guideline or guidance related to the effort. And then we have whether or not there's a local match or any sort of other resource inputs that may be required as part of the guiding code. We then move into a section about core strategies. You'll see that we also capture those as outputs. And so these are going to be the actions of the program. We're trying to break them down into whose role and responsibility is it for the action. So state actions, what is the state doing to support the program and the next steps? What are the LEA actions that may or may not be required by the program? School level actions and even classroom level actions, depending on how the code is detailed and what the expectations are between code and board rule. Next, we have short-term outcomes. These are going to be indicators of success most often at a local level or state level. When we say short-term outcomes, these are usually going to be more so related to implementation efforts, looking at, so how are we transporting children, across the state? How many people are engaged in that? Do we see trends of increasing or decreasing? But defining what those short-term kind of components are. And then last, we have a performance measure alignment. It's the long-term outcomes selected to align with the USBE performance measure. Our goal of that is to be able to demonstrate how the programs are also supporting those larger scale outcomes that we see related to student success and system success that was defined and adopted by the legislature this past year. In addition to that, we will then go into finances. So you'll see this is a draft example that actually comes from COBE. So we've provided 2 different visualizations in our 2 different examples. The first one in pupil transportation comes from kobe.utah.gov, which is how the legislature captures their investment over time related to these programs. So right now you'll see, again, this is just a draft example that demonstrates funding over time. It also could demonstrate the appropriation versus the expenditure. We have the ability to kind of break that down. We also can include expenditure category, which you see here, so that all of this money is passed through. So it all goes directly out to the field just to kind of help inform what budget categories are being funded. And then we do have different visualization opportunities. So if you prefer graphs or if you prefer tables or you like both, I think that we have options here in terms of how to demonstrate what the funding and resources have been over time related to the financial aspect of consideration. The third slide is specific to USBE program support and administration. So we drafted this component of the template specific to the conversations had in Finance Committee prior to today's presentation of the draft. So you'll note we start off with USBE personnel roles and responsibilities. So depending on the FTEs that are dedicated to the program, this is an opportunity for us as an agency to say who is working on this program, what are their core efforts. So you as a finance committee, again, have that transparency into the efforts that are happening by staff to advance the program and the resources associated with it. We have two breakdowns on the side related to fiscal administrative requirements and monitoring or evaluation requirements. These will be program specific. Some programs have a very more large scale of fiscal administration requirement. Others may not. It may be more of a pass-through model, but then the USBE serves a monitoring or evaluation effort. So this is our opportunity to just kind of clarify what we're doing. And then as a part of that, we were also thinking it might be helpful for the board to consider recommended alignment to our 277-114. So the category and the rationale related to how we're engaged in the support of the program, what are the monitoring expectations, and how are we as an agency achieving that. So that's a new rule to the board, but we thought that, you know, trying to pull that law and licensing piece in could be valuable if you thought that that would be helpful. The last piece we have, and this one actually has some examples in it, are policy questions for the board. So this creates an opportunity for staff to inquire if there's changes to rule or code that the board may consider. And that's really, again, just an opportunity for us as staff to maybe call out areas where we see there could be an opportunity for more efficiency or streamlining or clarity related to expectations of the agency in the greater field. We also have another item that could be specific to looking at resources. Is this a program where the board would like to see more resources? Is this one where we feel like the resources aren't having, you know, necessarily the impact that we thought they would, or are duplicative or overlap? So considering that role for resources, we thought would be a nice opportunity to then ultimately feed into the conversation you just had related to future legislative funding requests. Last but not least, an opportunity for the board to consider, are there future opportunities for alignment, merging, or sunset of the program that the board may consider? We, you know, always want to be sure that, you know, the board is considering how resources are coming in and being deployed out into the field. And if you have recommendations related to programs maybe being, you know, aligned for more coherence, advocated for in additional resources, or, you know, sunset in terms of it met the need it was intended for, and now we're turning our attentions elsewhere. Those are opportunities for consideration. That is the comprehensive template. I'm not going to take you through all of the staff guidance. That would be aggressive and you'd be here forever. So with that, I'm happy to take any feedback related to the way we've presented it so far and how we could maybe improve upon this model before formalizing it for next steps.
Thank you, Chief of Staff Young. And I like the way you have broken this down and made those categories so clear. And, you know, we can add in as much or as little as needed to help, you know, flesh out the specifics of each one of these areas that we choose to look forward to. And I think that, you know, we're on the right track. I know that we have been asked for this information in the past, and I think if it's something that we maybe just to have that as part of our ongoing finance discussion, that this can be top of mind as we make our decisions about finances and allocating those resources. I also see that Vice Chair Davis has her hand up. Go ahead.
This just seems like a lot of work that has been done by staff, but to continue to be done by staff. So I hope as a committee, we're thoughtful about which pieces we're choosing to evaluate and when, so that we aren't giving a deluge to our poor people. It's amazing. And I would, which is so true to Chief of Staff Young. Everything she does is absolutely amazing.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Go ahead, Chair.
Just last point, I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. And I think the idea has been, once a year, we will hopefully be hearing from each group. And so it shouldn't be, an ongoing need. It's kind of a stock taking that allows us to ask good questions, but will hopefully not impose too much on any particular group. I think it'll become a habit of just asking these questions. And as we work through the process together, we can share best practices on how do you link expenditures and effort to outcomes. And I love Chief of Staff Young's use of both short-term outcomes and then long-term outcomes. Those are questions that I think we'll get better at asking as we work through and learn from each other. And here in this department, how do you tie that? What are the measures and what are the resources that allow you to say, hey, am I moving the needle? So I think it's a joint team process that will hopefully, well, I shouldn't say hopefully, it can't take us away from doing the work. It has to be something that helps us do the work better and with more awareness of how it's moving the needle. So I just really appreciate the upfront effort. I think that'll save effort and make it so it's not much of an imposition going forward, but I appreciate that concern. I think as a committee, we can make sure it streamlines rather than burdens.
Well, and I think if this process works the way we intend it to work, a lot of that information on there it could be filled in today. They know the answers just to so much of that information. However, what you just said, Chair, about, that question being top of mind is, how does this end up with, or correlate to our outcomes? If we can just have all of us have that as, it's basically, this is for the kids. So how's this impacting the kids, or where's this impacting education or teachers or whatever that case? If that can be on the top of mind every day we all come to work, then, that should be that it's what everybody's been doing. We now see those outcomes with all of our little tiny things as well as our big things and how they've, grown together to make that outcome. So I am hopeful, like you are, Chair Moss, that it's not going to be a big burden at some point when your group is up, but it's something that becomes a day-to-day thought process of, what are my actions and what will those outcomes be because of them? We shall see.
Thank you.
Okay.
One last teeny tiny piece. Can I just say, everybody in this agency, and I know this is what you meant, shows up working to help kids. And I think there are questions that can be asked to help us quantify and direct our efforts. And I greatly appreciate what everybody in this building does. So hopefully these are just questions to help us steer what is already an amazing effort.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was trying to mean, is because we know that's what we're doing. I want them to celebrate their successes. It's just like, oh, this was the reason we did that, or this was the reason that this was developed, or so that we tie all that together, because this really should be a celebration piece. This was our goal and here's our outcome. Yahoo. Or this was our goal, we tweaked it, and now we have improved over last year's outcome, or whatever. So could be potentially a happy celebration, because you're right, everybody is doing the right thing for the right reasons. We're just going to talk more about it. Okay, Deputy Superintendent Jones, just help me see if I'm in the right place. Are we now on agenda item 12.1?
Yes, ma'am. Well, when we covered the recognition of the employee, which was Neil Stevens, as progress and achievement. So I believe, and Kemi can jump in here too, that we're ready to provide the deeper dive presentation on the USIMS PMR.
That look good to you, Cami?
Yeah, that's what I'm tracking as well. Thank you.
Okay, good. So it looks like then we will be hearing from Director Felt and Manager Brinkley.
Ma'am, Director Felt might be dealing with some internet issues or Wi-Fi issues we're having in the building. So can we go directly to Program Manager Brinkley, please, ma'am?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, board members. We have a few more changes than typical on our PMR today, so we'll be sure to highlight some of those changes. As you know, we have approximately 8 weeks before our July 1st deadline, so things are moving pretty fast. We had a great conversation and great on-site this last week, so that also affected some of our changes. I'm going to share my screen here. And can everyone see that okay?
Looks good.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, let's jump into the fun stuff, shall we? Quick reminder, we have 3 domains, the educator, the finance, and the student domains. All 3 of these teams were on site. All 4 of my teams, my apologies, were on site this week. We had some great discussions, and I'll let the product owners bring those up. Here is our current roadmap. Some of this has changed due to discussions this week, and I will let our teams who did change some of those conversations bring that up as we go, and you'll see that reflected on next month's PMR. It'll also be updated on the roadmap that we keep updated on a day-by-day basis. That'll be updated here shortly. And we'll jump right in with the educator definition of done. If I may, Chair, may I turn the time over to Tim Davis, our product owner for the educator domain?
Of course. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Chair Norton, and good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. I talked about our educator domain. So here on this slide, sorry, need to get it updated because we just rolled out our production of the bullet number 3, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, BCI background check finger process functionality. Oh, it does say completed, but sorry, I didn't see that. It's early still. So yes, Monday morning we USIMS can communicate with the BCI. We are one of 4 agencies here in the state that has a direct connection to BCI. We met with them on yesterday, and they were very happy that we together, both of us have collaborated for this earth-shattering endeavor, because it's pretty awesome that we have this availability to get that real-time information. So that's kind of the highlight for number 3, but number 4 is close to being working on. We're working with our stakeholder teaching and learning. They are in the middle of testing from their perspective to make sure the data matches what they need to in regards for funding. And then we transition to bullet number 5. That is basically what will get us to our definition of done for July 1st in the case creation management process for UPAC. Next slide, please. And so here's kind of our current slide, but I'm gonna just just dovetail just a little from the slide, just kind of really talk about like this week. So we've met with teaching and learning and kind of just got a better understanding of the educator domain in regards to our 2025 definition of done that we'll be transitioning to. We also talked about rolling our BCI to production. I just want to kind of the board to know. So we did move that production. That there was a bug detected, but within 6 hours of that bug being detected from a stakeholder who reported it, the bug was resolved and fixed. So this just kind of shows the ability to react fast if things don't work out correctly. There is no users negatively affected by the bug. we had a fail-safe in place to make sure that even if the bug would have impacted something, that still nothing would have happened. We also met with our UPAC team, met with Brandy Schultz. Director Rossman wasn't available due to being committed to board meetings, but we basically kind of just walked through our July 1 deliverable of the case creation process. And to kind of summarize what that is, so UPAC uses an Excel spreadsheet. What we're trying to do is take that Excel spreadsheet and put that inside of USIMS. For those of you who are aware of that UPAC process, then you kind of know what I'm talking about. And then we'll talk more about UPAC definition of done 2025 items as well. And then lastly, yesterday we demoed our university recommend feature to the universities, and some of them were the beta testers for us. They gave us some really good feedback, had some good questions and answers. So we'll be implementing some of that, taking some of their questions back to teaching and learning, because some of the questions were very specific to the issuance of license areas and endorsements. And since we're just the development team, that's not really our job to answer those. So we'll be following up with teaching and learning and working with them to get those issues resolved. So if we do need to make any coding changes. And just highlighting, so we're green status. And the big thing is, so as we're wrapping up our UPAC activities, we'll be meeting with stakeholders and working on our definition done for 2025. The only reason I say 2025 is just because that's obviously what happens between after July 1st, 2024. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any, so you can continue.
That actually wraps up my portion, and I'll, if I may, Chair, turn it back to Katrina.
Wonderful. All right, Katrina, next.
Thank you so much. I am going to jump us ahead just a couple of slides because I wanted to address something that looks alarming. You'll notice here that we have a red and a yellow status on our student domain. As we were submitting our PMR last week, we have to submit the PMR a week and a half before the board meeting happens so that all of you get a chance to review it. And at that time, these teams were not confident in their ability to deliver all of their definition of done by July 1st. So we spent the last couple of weeks having conversations. I mentioned that we had some great conversations this week with our on-site. We actually brought in some of our EdFi partners, some of their development help and program help, and had some really long and thorough discussions about how we intend to deliver the API that is EdFi aligned. And thankfully, due to all of that work and all of the conversations we've had, we are now officially in a green status. The team has de-scoped some of the work, so we will no longer be delivering growth scores by July 1st of this year, but the intention is that we will be able to deliver a RISE assessment score from our assessment vendor to an SIS by July 1st, and the team is confident in being able to get this work done. So before I turn the time over to Mark, are there any questions about the status change, about any hiccups that we're having, or anything like that?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, great. Then I will hop back these couple of slides. And if I may turn the time over to Mark Waddups, our product owner for the student domain chair.
Chair, may I proceed? Okay, looks like she may have lost her audio. Okay, I think Katrina did a good job of summing up our on-site and the progress we've made there. One thing to add some additional information on assessment growth scores, the functionality has been created. The piece that we were working on that's been de-scoped is actually getting the scores themselves. So if you will, the pipelines are in place to be able to associate that with the student backpack, but that piece has been de-scoped with the focus being on getting the EdFi functionality for submitting or sharing information from state to LEA. So that's been, that's going to be the main focus. Next slide. Not many other changes there. So, and what we're talking about is number 3 there. So we've got both of our subdomain teams focused on this with the plan that we came up with just in the last few days. I'll also say that the onsite itself was extremely helpful in being able to really hash out the specific technical plan on how we can get there. And so the focus will be specifically on RISE assessments to ensure that we can take the scores from our assessment vendor Cambium and be able to deliver those to an SIS and verify that they can receive that via that EdFi standard. That's pretty much the only updates. Laser focused on that. As we complete that, we will come back and look at additional functionality as we have time, but it's critical for us to address those issues. We've made some adjustments within our teams as well. Unfortunately, we had to dismiss a few developers and mitigate some of the changes there. But as Katrina mentioned, we're back at a green status, and the team is confident that we will meet our objective for July 1st. Any questions?
I'm not seeing any, but I sure like that word confident. We are confident we will be there. So, yay.
Yes.
Thank you. Good.
You bet. Thank
All
you, Chair.
right. Katrina.
Yes, so due to the onsite, our product owner, Don Moody, is actually on a plane this morning, returning home from the onsite. So I will be covering his domain today. Our USIM's definition of done for finance is 2 out of 3 complete. They're working on indirect cost calculations into USIMs and working with the focus working group on the budgets and actuals and how we will implement that. They are also looking toward fiscal year 2025 and what definitions and items will be included in the roadmap for that year. The finance team is green as well, and I'd like to make a huge celebration here that we have all 3 teams with 8 weeks to go in a green status. They are all confident that they can get their definition of done delivered by that July 1st date. Of course, we will keep all of you informed as to any changes that occur. But for right now, with the onsite and all the conversations and all of the learnings we had over this week, things are looking fantastic. So this team is just finalizing. We also had a great win for this domain this last month. Just a week or 2 ago, we had confirmation of integration with one of our vendor APIs. And it was a surprise because it wasn't one of our larger vendors. It was actually one of our smallest vendors, a charter school management company. Hired another company to create an API that would allow them to get QuickBooks information into USIMS. And that API was successful in sending USIMS information. So that was a huge win for the finance domain and for USIMS as a whole, because we are gathering information from other agents or from other LEAs, from vendors. So large win there. And any questions before I move forward?
Looks like Vice Chair Davis has one. Go ahead, Vice Chair Davis.
At the risk of sounding like a complete idiot, remind me again what the on-site means. Is that like any site visit or a visit out of state to a vendor's office, or like what does the on-site again mean?
Yes, so thank you for your question. If I may answer, Chair, my apologies.
Please.
Yes, so our on-site is, we do this every 6 months. We fly all of our developers in from every corner of the US that they're at. And we bring them on site to USBE, and we make it a priority to go out and visit with LEAs, to visit with some of our vendors, to visit with any of those agencies. You heard Tim talk about the visit to BCI yesterday, and we spoke with 4 different LEAs this week in different domains and in different capacities to talk about what's coming up and what issues they've had or anything that they need out of USIMS or any of the other USBE systems that we are attempting to subsume.
Thank you. I was probably on a mental holiday at some point when you explained that, so thank you.
Of course, all good. Any other questions?
Not seeing anything.
All right, we'll move on to the financials. As a reminder, USIMS is currently using ARPV funds. Those will be expended by September of this year, which is a time-limited time for expenditure. And then we will move to
Katrina, it looks like you're frozen. We can't hear you.
Chair Norton, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jared.
Sorry, I can't get my
Okay.
computer off mute.
Oh,
I'm
no, you're good.
leave
I
it
just,
off.
I'll just say this is in your backups where I think we're using, and it's the ESSER funds, still for the USIMS, budget. And then we'll move on to the funding from the legislature at that point that runs out. So if there's any questions, please feel free to email Katrina or myself or Deputy Jones.
Great. What a successful week that must have been for you guys. I mean, I'm so happy. It's just celebration all over the place. I love to use analogies, and right now track and field is kind of in the season in high schools, and I feel like we've run a 10,000. No, you've run a 10,000. Oh, no, I'm going to make that a steeplechase because there's been plenty of obstacles involved, but you're on that final leg and you can see the finish line, and I'm like, you're going to cross over and be the winner and champion of the world. So this is awesome. Great.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I feel really good about it. So,
well, that's an awesome team you've got, and congratulations, everybody.
I believe that concludes the presentation. Thanks, Chair
Okay.
Norton.
Thank you. All right, then we can move on to our PMR for Utah grants.
Yeah.
And it
Madam
looks,
Chair?
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the PMR for Utah grants is just in the backups. We only do a drill down on the PMR for Utah grants once a quarter. So at your direction, ma'am, just as long as finance committee members and the public are aware that there is the presentation in the backups, we can move on at your direction.
All right. Then let's go ahead and do that and move on to the request for data and information. I think you said you had some report back.
So if we could pull that up. Let's see. Yeah, so we had actually more than one board member has requested data and information on that's available in this study related to school age population, also related to immigrant or migrant movements of students into our state, and other predictions. So we just have offered this, and we did individually respond to the board members who made those specific requests, but I just wanted to provide the finance committee members, the board, the public, what really is an excellent study or information packet, if you will, on enrollment trends, future type predictions, those types of things, because these types of studies, so the Gardner Institute actually is a participant in what we call the Common Data Committee, or at least we use their, when I say we, the members of the CDC, which consists of USBE staff, GOPB staff, and the legislative fiscal analyst staff. A lot of the data and information that the Gardner Institute puts together, draws on, those types of things, actually is integrated or addressed in that process that's the Common Data Committee. So I would encourage board members, finance committee members to also review this. It does have a lot of good, reliable information related to enrollment trends. So with that, ma'am, that concludes my update related to data and information requests, subject to any questions or concerns on your part or any of our finance committee members.
Okay. I'm not seeing any right now. So with that, we will move on to agenda item 14. Prior to our discussion of agenda item 14, which is charter-based funding distribution, we have two visitors here who have requested to make public comment regarding this. We have first Utah Association of Public Charter School Executive Director Royce Van Tassel. Royce, you have about 2 minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to chat with you for a moment or two this morning. There's been a lot of, I'll say, somewhat last-minute analysis done here in what the right distribution for the $3.6 million one time ought to look like. I think that we're moving in some good directions. I know that there was another analysis shared with committee members last evening. It's important, I think, to make sure that we don't create a fiscal cliff, that we create some mechanisms for stepping down. And my sense is that if we move one of these options forward with the expectation that staff and stakeholders work together over the next couple of weeks, by the time we get to the June meeting, I think we can all come to a good place. But it does feel like we may not be quite there yet. So that would be my hope, that we move something forward, but assume that we're going to continue working to something where there is more general agreement for everybody. I think we all want to get to a good place, but I'm not sure that everyone's come to the right understanding just yet.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And yeah, good communication and good discussion. I think we can get there too. So that we appreciate that very much, Director Van Tassel. Okay, we also have the Utah Charter Network Executive Director, Kim Frank, who had requested to make some public comment before this particular item. So go ahead, Director Frank. And again, you have about 2 minutes.
Chair Norton, I think she just joined us and may not have heard you, so I apologize.
Okay, I will start that over then. So we have with us Executive Director Kim Frank from the Utah Charter Network to give us some public comment on agenda item 14, the charter-based funding. And Director Frank, you have about 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I just want to start with a little bit of history on this. Back in 2019, I worked with then Senator Henderson to request a legislative audit regarding reports and requirements and the cost of those required reports. The legislative audit, unfortunately, didn't answer either question. They stopped counting at about 350 reports and mentioned that there could be as many as twice as many as that, but that obviously no one LEA was doing all 350 plus reports. They also found that they could not determine what the cost of doing such reports is for all LEAs, not just charter schools, charters and districts, which is the impetus for the Reporting and Requirement Task Force. And this does technically, I guess, lie under the reporting and requirements task force topics to discuss, but it's obviously your vote. What we're here to discuss today is what to do with the 3.6 million that charter schools received for base funding this year. Just again, as a little bit of history, when the legislative audit was done, just as an example, district schools from 1 to 500 students received 95 WPUs, which equaled to $314,000. An equally sized charter school received then and still only receives now $40,000 to do the exact same tasks. This is, I've been on the Hill for 20 years now lobbying for charter schools, and this is the first apples to apples bucket of money that I have found. So it's nice to have something that's apples to apples, and I know that a lot of things were done with the small district schools this year to fund them, which we fully support. But as an example, charter schools in that same year during the audit spent $24 million to do the required reports and were only received $7.8 million. So you can see there's a huge disparity. I will also add that district schools, when the fund was changed from administrative cost funding to small charter based funding and small district based funding, district schools over 2,000 students stopped receiving the funding. And it's my belief.
2-minute mark, if you could wrap up.
It's my belief that we need to create a program where charters don't receive, with 2,000 students or more, don't receive the funding, but that we should gradually phase them out. My goal all these years has been for charters to receive the same funding that districts do. So for us to ask for more than districts receive doesn't make sense to me. I have included with Cammie, she's got a spreadsheet that I'm recommending, and it phases in this funding for charter schools, giving the lowest size charter schools a larger base and the biggest charter schools a smaller base. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, committee, we will now go into a discussion led by Superintendent Jones and Director Uri and our program administrator for the minimum schools program, Dale Frost, regarding charter-based funding.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. In the interest of time, can we just go right to Director Uri, please, ma'am?
Of course.
And also in the interest of time, could we just go directly to Administrator Frost?
Of course. Glad to see you all on camera. And here we go with the Dale Show.
I don't have anybody to pass it on, Chair.
You are the buck stops here, man.
Can I be able to share my screen? It says while we're sharing, I can't do that. Can you help me with that? All right, great.
You should have access now.
All right. I'll quickly go through this presentation. A lot of the main points were made in the memo and also public comment, but I will try to give a little bit more history, where we stand, and kind of the range of options in front of you as committee members. Does that work, Chair?
You bet.
Okay. And can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the appropriation increased between 24 and 25, and that was on the one-time side in the charter school funding-based program. In the legislative estimates that have been provided for fiscal 25 to LEAs, charters that are larger than 2,000 students that are not directly part of the statutory formula as it stands right now are not receiving an allocation. And let me quickly explain why one-time funding in prior years was allocated to those largest charters and not currently. And the main reason why is because of ambiguity from the legislature. We felt like this was a decision that had to be made by board members and policymakers. Okay, so just showing you the actual spreadsheet that calculates that out. You can see that, for example, Ogden Prep at 1,000 students is receiving $115 per student. APA and Freedom Academy are two examples here that are not receiving any allocation right now in the legislative estimates. And we're not trying to opine whether they should or not. We're just telling you where the legislative estimates stand. So currently we have a balance of $3.6 million in the program. So let me give just a very quick little history. So take us back, we probably blocked it from our memories, the COVID shutdown year. So in 2020, there was this charter school administration program that was a formula of $100 per charter school student. In 2021, because of fears of large, valid fears of large budget impacts, the legislature, due to COVID, the legislature actually asked USBE to come up with significant cost-cutting scenarios, 1 to 5% of the entire, state budget. Luckily, we didn't have to go down any of those, but they did make some significant changes, especially to this program, the Charter School Administration Program, and the district administration. It was called the Administrative Cost Program. And just so that you can connect one and one, what you heard last month about that one-time request on the district side relates to those one-time funds for the districts. So these two, it's all part of that same history. So to replace, as you can see here, there was $8 million in the original program. They replaced it with a $3 million program. And it was very clear in 2021 that both for charters and small districts, these changes were outsized, that even though the WPU value increased very small, but it did increase, I think it was like 0.6%. These cuts more than offset those. And in 2021 was a tough time. I mean, just with the pandemic, but just on the fiscal side because of this. So let me quickly go into what the formula was that replaced the $100 per student. This was the original formula that was in place in statute for 22 and 23. It was a base of 40,000 for those charters with fewer than 300 students. And then it tapers down by 5,000, kind of going, so 300 to 400 get 35. And then it tapers down all the way to those who have 1,000 to 2,000 students would receive 15,000. So this was significantly less than the $100 per student, where, for example, if you had 1,500 students, you would be receiving under the old formula 150,000. Now you're receiving 15,000. So that was the formula that stayed in place for a couple years, and this is. But then it was replaced with the new formula, and you can see in the Uniform School Fund here the increase from 3 million to 7.8 million. And I wanted to show you that was taking from essentially a lot of one-time resources and the 3 million to this new formula with fewer one-time resources. So this is the formula that is currently in statute. So it is a base of $40,000 for charter schools with or $115 per student. So you get the higher of those two. So let me quickly talk about the one-time funding situation that started in 22 on. There was a desire to kind of come up with a longer-term solution, but in the meantime, to keep the status quo of the older formula. So so when this new formula was created, this language was also part of the older formula. And it basically says this, that the state board may distribute to charter schools, regardless of size, one-time funding that the legislature appropriates to mitigate funding losses as described in legislative appropriations. So that seems very vague. What are we talking about? Funding losses as described in legislative appropriations. Well, when it was originally put in, so this was back, and this is House Bill 2 from the 2021 general session. there was pretty clear language when they put that first $5 million one time. And it's down here at the bottom. The legislature further intends that the State Board of Ed distribute funds in accordance with subsection 53F27063, which I just showed you, to mitigate funding losses associated with the elimination of the administrative cost program. And so it really was to that $100 per student to continue that formula. So it was clear in the 2021 general session for 2022. And then in 2023, the language was a little less clear, but the appropriations were essentially the same. In 2024, let me see. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at this for a while. Okay, so if you see in 2024, there's a $1.875 million appropriation. There wasn't clear direction in intent language on what to do with that, but it was relatively clear that the intent was to continue this on because the cost of providing to the largest charters, the $100 per student, was about $1.8 million. So that seemed pretty clear. Now that amount was increased to $3.6 million, and this is where it gets a little less clear because there was not added any intent language on how to distribute that $3.6 million. And so that's why we're coming to you for your direction and guidance on how to allocate that. So I just wanted you to see the balance as it currently stands. So it's really, really close to $3.6 million. So this is a chart that shows the per student amount of the current formula. And so you can see how it tapers up pretty dramatically for those smallest charters. That's the effect of the $40,000 base. And then it's $115 per student. And then any charter that's larger than 2,000 is not receiving anything. So you can go a lot of different ways with this $3.6 million. What we provided to you in the backups were two fairly straightforward options. One, to get your feedback on where to go from here. And because you can allocate it as long as it's above these amounts, it follows the law. We've communicated also with the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget and the Office of the Legislative Fiscal Analyst to get their opinion. And we received feedback that, yeah, the language is such that the board can determine how the board wants to allocate the $3.6 million. So one option would be that if you just provided the 40,000 or a set amount per student for those that are less than 2,000, and then continue the $100 per student for those that are greater than 2,000, this would allocate the 3.6 million and it'd be about $150 per student, $150.76. If you wanted to have a set amount and not change the base amount, then also not provide to any charters above 2,000, then you could increase that amount to just under $174 per student. I hope it's clear. We're not trying to tell you which way to go, or if you want us to go some other way, and we really wanted to, because this is a policymaker call on what you determine for the who should be receiving these base funds. I think that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any other questions during our discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Dale, thanks. That was very clear and very neutral. Appreciate that. All right, Chair Moss.
Thank you, and thank you, Dale, as always, for digging deep and working through this the last few years as things have been kind of a roller coaster. I've got just a looking forward question. We had discussions as the NEST formula was being reviewed and lots of back and forth on that bill. I think part of the goal has been to roll this into that broader discussion and hopefully some kind of resolution and have charters evaluated for the impact on their administrative burden and cost. We haven't fully gotten there. Have you heard and I've spoken to a couple legislators that were involved last year, but have you heard movement in that direction yet? I know I feel like the session just ended yesterday, but have you been hearing anything about the intent to revisit that discussion and have charters involved? Because I think part of our question here is this kind of finally a one-time fix that will then, resolve itself into a larger permanent discussion of what is the nature of the problem, how does that impact different size schools, and how do we put that on firm footing so we're not back here every year, right? So I guess I'd just like to know before deciding and weighing in on which, way to go, and I think that's a full board discussion. Could you tell us the state of that larger discussion?
And I assume you're sending this towards the finance leadership.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And if Dale's found somebody he can pass it to, then great, but he might be stuck. I don't know.
Chair, I can answer that. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Superintendent.
No, Dale, you go. I'm just saying you're the man. So go ahead.
Sorry. No, definitely that I want to defer to you, Deputy Superintendent Jones. So if I may, to answer part of that question, Chair, if I may share my screen and show you the intent language that passed about this conversation. So let me share that. Okay. So over here, this came from Senate Bill 2, and you'll see the language right here. It says, I was going to read this language to answer Chair Moss's question. Read the language that was put in the budget bill, and then the conversations that have happened and kind of what's being planned. So it says that the legislature intends that USBE, in consultation with LFA and GOPB, review administrative or base funding for charter schools in relation to their administrative obligations and statute, and total state funding of charter schools enrolling fewer than 2,000 students, with small school districts, considering how factors such as size, scale, location impact relative operational costs. And to be clear, on the district side, the size of the district and the location of schools are really the key factors that were part of that revised new NEST formula that didn't end up passing. We'll see where that conversation goes on the district side. So this is where we stand. We're going to be meeting with LFA and GOPB to have these conversations. The challenge is you can't directly translate one to another, but you can certainly take the principles behind that to try to come up with a formula or recommendation that's broader and longer term. So that is the intention. I know Director Yuri has tasked our economist, Nestor Rodriguez, to be working on that. We haven't really started that work because we are just getting out of session and providing, the legislative estimates for next year. But we're going to be working that over the summer and the fall, and we hope to have something that we can show you in a few months. So yes, we're really hoping. So if I can answer from my standpoint, I don't want to speak for LFA and GOPB. We're really hoping that this one-time Band-Aid, which has been a Band-Aid on top of a Band-Aid for multiple years, is actually a one-time thing that we can have a more permanent solution for fiscal 26 going forward. I will also manage people's expectations, just as we saw that we've worked really hard on the district side. We had a lot of analysis there, and that still didn't make it into law. It's really challenging. So I don't know what will happen through the legislative process, but we do hope to have something more permanent going forward for the following budget year.
Thank you. Dale, one quick question. What did you say didn't make it into law?
The NEST.
The new NEST formula, House Bill 533.
Yeah, okay.
And it also, and then there was no one-time funding that went with that one this year. And so I think it's really important that regardless of what we end up doing today, that this is made very clear. This is one-time funding and don't plan on it for next year. Don't, if you hire people, you may not have money next year because we can't guarantee anything. We know we have this pot today.
Chair, you're correct. The only thing, if I were an LEA BA, the only thing I could count on is what's in statute, the $115 per student or 40,000. Anything above that is will help this year, but absolutely it would be very challenging and difficult for them to we would definitely recommend that they not put ongoing costs there, or at least plan for that going forward. We just don't know where it will go.
Vice Chair Davis.
I echo that we need to advocate for a long-term solution for this. And I just want to say that this goes back clear until 2020. And Kim Frank is still on this screen, but she probably remembers sitting in the back during the legislative session in the back of a room with Superintendent Dixon and talking through all the reports that were required, the administrative funding that was needed for our small schools. And when we started advocating, we've been advocating for this money for 4 years, and COVID turned everything on its ear. Then we finally got back in the swing of things, and the last few years have been advocating. The money was always intended to help schools under 2,000, always. But what we didn't anticipate was the other schools above 2,000 had been getting this administrative cost funding. Now it's gone. And to Director Van Tassel's point, we also don't want to see our large charter schools hit this fiscal cliff where, they're going to lose $100,000, $200,000, and that impacts personnel and all kinds of issues. And yet we have to keep in mind that we were looking originally for parity, and that was, the districts above 2,000 weren't getting admin cost extra money, and the charters above 2,000 ultimately, if parity does come, probably aren't either, but we can't leave them hanging like this. And to Chair Norton's point, we just have to say what we do this year could only be this year, though I think we do need a long-term solution. But for right now, with what we have, the money we have, what do we do? And I would ask Cami, if possible, to put up something that Director Frank prepared last night, that she and our SESB Vice Chair Phillips said they supported, but I haven't heard from Director Van Tassel yet back on that email thread. But Cami, would it be possible to put that chart up of another idea that still protects the large districts and gives them some buffer, but gives a little more support to our smaller districts? It's the one that Kim Frank emailed to you. And I think Director Frank is still on, and Chair Norton, would it be acceptable for you to have her answer a couple of questions?
Can you see the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that the one you sent?
That's the
Director
correct
Frank?
one.
Okay.
Column K. If you'll scroll to the top, please, Cami. The idea here was that the smallest charter schools, $40,000 doesn't get you a half-time employee. So we wanted to bump them up at least by $10,000. And then our very largest schools, if you'll scroll all the way to the bottom, Cami, would still receive $175,000. But just our largest outlier is one of our schools currently with $100 per student would receive $500,000 to do the exact same tasks that the smaller schools currently receive $40,000 to do, which makes no sense to me. This proposal, again, is just for 1 year, but it kind of mitigates it for everyone. Most charter schools would get a little bit more. The largest charter schools would get less, but they have economies of scale that traditional districts have, and traditional districts over 2,000 do not receive any of this funding. So I think we need to head in that direction, but again, we don't want to have them go off the cliff. So So something along these lines is what we propose and the State Charter School Board proposes.
Here, Norton,
Yes, sir.
if I may,
Please.
and we, you know, kind of appreciating the nature of some of this coming late at night, and also that Dale is a genius. He has kind of compiled or there are a few small issues with this proposal that's in front of you. Name one of them being that the schools just under 2,000 are not receiving the statutory $115 per student. So if you look at, for example, Utah Virtual, that's enrolling 1,700 students, they're only at $86 per student. And so, you know, this doesn't quite allocate the entire balance. And so Dale, with his last minute wizardry, has kind of at least mitigated some of those issues. And so if Dale could share his screen and show that, I think it goes to the intent of this proposal, but just kind of fixes some of those issues.
Thanks. I'd like to see that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to share that, if I may. And so this is the same allocation, as you can see, as what was before you, except the law is clear that those below 2,000 students here need to receive at least 115 per student. And so this would be a way to follow that kind of same process to get there. The challenge would be is that if you increase these amounts, you can't give 175 to the largest charters, but you can give 150. And that gives all but 50,000 of the appropriation. So this gets you really close. I did want to point out there's I deal with this all the time, and there's some structural challenges with this. It's very intuitive, the amounts. And it was actually a problem that existed in the original formula anyways. But if you can see here, this is a graph that shows the per pupil amounts as that would play out. And it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't make a lot of sense if you have 248 students to receive just over $200 per student, and if you have 275 students to receive significantly more per student. So this kind of goes to I'm not saying this is the end all be all, but to address that issue and to kind of get closer to what right is, and I'm not suggesting this is right. I just put this together this morning to say, okay, what if you provided a base to all charters, allocating all the funds out, which would be about $86,000. It doesn't have those weird kind of issues here, and you get that or the $115 per student. So that would be somewhere around, I think it's right around 750 students. And then you get the 115 per student, and then providing 150,000 to the largest. So this would follow the law. It would allocate the full amount. It doesn't create those kind of weirdness things. I hadn't had a chance to talk to anybody about that beyond Director Yuri, because this is in real time. And Kim Frank might throw apples at me, I'm not trying I'm just trying to, just for consideration, something along these lines might be a doable approach.
Great. First of all, thank you. I love it when we take things and add on and see what else we can do. Right now, the way the screens are being shared, I can't see anybody. And I don't know if we have any questions.
I can stop sharing if you'd like.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Well, no, I just saw 'em. Okay, looks like Chair Moss has got a question, comment, whatever, and same with Vice Chair Davis.
Can I just confirm this then is your effort to kind of take those two options, the one that was worked up and one that was received last night, take the rough edges off? Is this in shape to bring a motion on? Because frankly, we're going to need more discussion. We've had information coming in, but more time to digest, broader discussion among the board. Frankly, I'd be in a position to move what you just brought as something to bring to the board, subject to further discussion. But is it in that kind of state?
Deputy Superintendent Jones, what do you think?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you repeat the question?
Question was whether what we just saw, which I think is a very quick and thorough, at least I think, pretty thorough given the time constraints, effort to kind of satisfy some of the concerns across the board. Is this in a position to move on? Because frankly, this looks to me like something we could at least move forward to the board, and I would support knowing that there's a lot more discussion, a lot more information. But, well, Chair, if it's okay, I'd like to move that we take what was just presented from Sam and Dale and recommend that funding formula for consideration by the board, if that's in line.
Yeah.
Chair, can I ask one question to Chair Moss through you?
Yeah.
Well, can I answer one thing? So yes, the motion, the nice part about what I propose is it would be a fairly simple formula that can be put in a motion. It's simply that it would allocate a uniform base amount above $115 per student for those less than 2,000 and a set amount for those above 2,000. I think the call, what drives the amount per for the base for the smallest charters is how much you want to provide to the largest charters. Because what I showed was 150,000. So I can let me just, for comparison's sake, the formula that has been in place the last few years would allocate, depending on their size, between 208,000 and 502,000. Depending on that's the $100 per student.
Yeah, 100%.
So I do think that's an important call for you as the committee, how much you want to provide, either a set amount, or an amount per student. And just to give you an idea, the amount per student is between $72 and $30. It tapers down. So I leave that to you on how to decide. But if you can make that call, then I think we can make a motion that the board could consider and we can tinker with if we need to before June meeting.
Well, could I respond, Chair?
Yes, please.
I think what you've done in terms of giving a set amount, at least as I understand it, correlates with the purpose of administrative base funding. The point is you've got some fixed costs that are there regardless of your students, right? And you don't have the economies of scale. And then as you go up, you have greater ability to have those economies of scale. But frankly, this looks like to me an intelligent effort to address concerns and put us in a position to further fine tune. There's a lot of questions. I think, we don't need to give the same to the larger charters, but they are dealing with issues that sometimes are unique to charters and sometimes are the same with districts. So I'd like to move it if it's in position to move it for discussion at least. Can I move that we adopt what was just presented by our finance team for second, I guess what we would say on first reading and further consideration by the full board?
That's in alignment, so you bet. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I have. I think there's a lot to consider here. I think the one-time nature of this is important. We don't want to, chop people's legs out from under them. So I think we are dealing with a whole lot of intersecting questions between districts and charters, between large and small charters, between a moving funding formula picture. And this is, I think, a really solid attempt to address all those in a way that I feel comfortable moving this to the board for further discussion.
Thank you. I can see first of all, a clarifying hand from Dale Frost, and then Vice Chair Davis has a question or comment. Dale?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if Cammie could share or whoever, if I could help draft a motion to show, to basically put into effect what I showed. Would that be?
That'd be great. Yes.
Easy to share.
That would be very helpful. Is this still showing now? No, let me do this.
Yeah.
And I kind of came up with some of the stuff you said, Dale, but I don't know if I'm even close. So help me.
Okay, so yeah, so to read, right, the Finance Committee recommends that the board approves a set uniform base amount for charter schools with less than 2,000 students. Or $115 per student. And allocate 150,000 to charters with more than 2,000 students. For the fiscal for the fiscal 25 charter-based funding program. Let me read that one more time. And then after the 115 per student, if you can say comma, whichever is greater.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
And,
sir.
I was going to add one more thing, but go ahead, Deputy
Yeah.
Superintendent.
Well, and maybe that's what you're gonna add. May I clarify, Dale, would it help if through Madam Chair, if we said on a one-time basis?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Because, yeah, okay, sorry. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. No, I do think we want to make it clear that it's on a one-time basis for this year. All I was going to say was a sentence after the fact that says the uniform base amount will allocate the full appropriation of the program. Because, you know, we will update this with the mid-year updates when we have final October 1 counts, and there will be a small change to that. We can't go above the appropriation. So the uniform base amount will allocate the full appropriation for the program. And then to Deputy Superintendent Jones' point, these amounts will be one time and only for fiscal 25. Something like that.
Chair Moss, can you accept that as your motion?
You bet. I
Well,
couldn't.
Point of information.
Yeah.
We're coming to you, Cindy. I just wanted to make sure we still have our motion and it's still okay with Chair Moss. All right.
This is a point of information for the language of the motion, but I still have my hand up for the other.
Go ahead.
Just, do we need to clarify in this motion? It seems like with the change of what you did, there's a base or 115, whichever is greater. And then there's 150, but it seems like there's some extra in there that goes back in to backfill those smaller schools on top of that. Is that an accurate assessment, and does that need to be included in the, or is that somehow covered in where it says you're going to do that with the base or something?
Chair, may I answer that question?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, it's the base amount that allocates the full amount of the program. So, you know, basically, if you calculate 115 per student, you give 150,000 to those largest charters, and then whatever's available after that, you adjust the base amount to fully allocate the program. And my estimates right now are 86,273.72, but that will adjust once we have final October 1 counts. It'll be close to the 86,000 range.
And quick follow-up, does that need to be specific in the motion that that will go only for those schools less than 2,000? That extra from the whole allocation? Or does this somehow indicate it could also go back to the?
Chair, may I answer?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I leave it to the drafters, but in my mind, it's pretty clear that this first formula is those that 2,000 or less receive this uniform base amount or the 115 per student. And the 150 per thousand is for those larger, where that's not nearly $115 per student for those larger charters. I guess this is formula speak, but this does what I showed you in my mind.
Yeah, Chair Norton, if I may, I think the word uniform there is key to say everyone under 2,000 is uniformly being distributed that extra amount.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, add that in.
Okay, thank you. Looks like it's in at the top, so hopefully legally that works. And I'll just keep my hand up for a question after you accept the motion.
We already have. Now you go ahead.
This is it? This one is it? Okay. The question is, does this create, I don't know if we can juxtapose those two charts again. It looks like it actually gives better benefit for the smallest charters, but will it create a larger fiscal cliff for the medium sizes? And I don't see Director Van Tassel still on this meeting. So it would be nice to know if he had something to weigh in on that, but or does it seem to still provide an easing off so nobody hits a large fiscal cliff, that all of the cliff jumping is proportionate and pretty evenly dispersed?
Chair, could I share the charts and see if I could get some clarity for Vice Chair Davis?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so let me delete that chart so you can have two together. So I'm not sure if this is answering the question. So the chart above is the formula that's in the motion here, which is above the formula in statute, and what's being provided above is the 3.6 million. The chart below, this is essentially what was proposed by the Utah Charter Network with those small adjustments to follow the law. I don't know if that, how could you ask the question again now looking at these?
Yeah, I was just.
Are you comparing, excuse me, 24 to 24 to 25? Is that the question under Davis?
I'm comparing the overall losses. For example, one of the charter groups below said they were going to lose $200,000. Well, in this now, if we give them 150,000, they're going to lose 50, but that's a lot better than 200,000. But comparatively, are the losses for the medium-sized districts proportionate? I mean, do they seem proportionate, or are there any folks here that are hit worse than others?
Chair, if I may, so if you're comparing 24 to 25, all of the charters below 2,000 are receiving at least what the formula that's in statute, the $115 per student or more. So you can see that the $115, so those who are above 750 would essentially get what's in the legislative estimates right now.
So may I follow up quickly? So does that mean that they are going to be getting the same amount that they had last year or more?
Correct. So under this formula, allocating the $3.6 million, it would provide the same amount as they did year over year for those between 750 or so to 2,000. It would provide more, just slightly, depending on how small they are, more for those smaller than 750 students. And then it would provide less than what is provided this year in these amounts for the largest charters, between
not a big
50,000 down to 300,000. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, and it still gives a cushion to those largest charter systems, so they're not taking a total fiscal dive.
Correct. And right now, the legislative estimates has 0 for all of these in blue. So they would now that their allocations would increase to 150,000. So definitely more than they are receiving currently in the fiscal 25 legislative estimates, but less than they are receiving in 24.
And this will buy them some time to phase out what the legislature is phasing out for the schools over 2,000. I think I'm understanding, and I support the motion.
Okay, any other questions? All right, board members, please vote. Committee member Bogus, are you still here? Are you here? Did you come back? All right, don't seeing a vote from her or not seeing a vote from her. That passes unanimously 4-0 with committee member Bogus absent. All right. That takes us to agenda item 16, the legislative estimates. And that looks like it's also
Madam Chair,
Coordinator Frost and Director Uri.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
I think we have the CNP item. No? Or is that second to last? I'm looking maybe at the long sheet here. Is the CNP item before or after the legislative estimates? Cammy?
Sorry, it was before. It's 1:15.
Okay, right,
Excuse
yes,
me.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to CNP with Kathleen Brenton.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Child Nutrition is asking for an increase in the amount of liquor tax funds that can be used for the CNP administrative funds in our office. We're asking the board for this because over the last couple of years, the CNP administrative costs have been increasing due to a new software program that we purchased. The hosting and maintenance of the program has to run side by side for the next 2 to 3 years to our old program, which costs us several $100,000 a year. And also our funding from USDA has not been keeping up with our costs for the state in the last 2 years with the payroll increases and the cost of livings. So we're asking as if the board would allow us to change how we pull money from our state liquor tax to support our administrative funds.
Any questions for staff? Chair Moss.
Thanks. One question, was this unanticipated that we would have to run these parallel? And this kind of just raises a question of, integration of systems, transition, whatever it might be. How did it come about that, we ended up with this kind of, I think I understand what you're saying. We've got a parallel system issue here that how did that happen?
Yeah, sure. Good question. We did receive an extra almost $3 million this last year, and our system was antiquated, and we chose to use those funds that had to be spent within 2 years on a new system. But with investing in a new system, you still have to run your old system until the new one is up and going, which they plan to have up and going by 26, 27.
Thank you. A quick follow-up.
Yes, sir.
That, as I'm sure you've already thought through, that just seems to raise a systemic question of whether that's, you know, a regular cost. Are there systemic things we can do to avoid? It may be just that we had to grab the money for the new one before the old one was fully phased out. But just throwing that out there, I hope there's ways that we can avoid that. But it sounds like there were issues unique to this funding that led us to that situation. Is that a common? Maybe that's a broader question that I should save for another time, but I'm curious whether that's a broader problem. Like, it makes me ask, how much are we paying for duplicative systems while we phase out one and get the new one? Was that unique to this, though? Was it a timing matter that was kind of unique to grabbing those funds?
Yes, it was a timing matter. We received these extra funds due to COVID, and it was a one-time deal. And we knew we had to invest in a new system, but we didn't have the funds. And so we were just kind of going along as we could. And it was kind of a compounded, perfect storm. At the same time, our federal administrative funds for our office started to decrease from the feds. And so it just kind of at the same time hit our department.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, on this particular agenda item, we have two recommended action. Cami could put that on the board.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, for me,
Go ahead.
well, subject to Director Britton and/or Assistant Superintendent Jacobson, I don't believe we do have to make an amendment to the rule. But could Assistant Superintendent Jacobson remind me of what we discussed with Deputy Superintendent Stallings, please, for the good of the group? Is she here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, Assistant Superintendent Deborah Jacobson. Yeah, there isn't a need to include it in the rule, but it is a way of documenting this increase or this request. And so that's left to the board's direction, whether or not they'd like to see it in the rule or just approve the increase.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, the current code is pretty clear that the board has this type of discretion with the liquor tax funds, meaning that you can move it or increase it, reduce it, whatever to it. So the code itself stands pretty firm or clear that that's capable. So yeah, I see Director or Assistant Superintendent Jacobson's point, though. This is really just a matter of, do you want to take it further and clarify it additionally, or provide, additional clarification or clarity and specificity in the rule? Thank you, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I have three recommended actions here.
Right.
And so are we talking about one, none, zero? Is it just the committee gets to choose on all of them if we do anything or nothing?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we just want to make sure that staff are not saying that it has to be a change to the rule. However, if you as the finance committee members deem it a value add for the field or for, future members of the board or what have you, and future staff, that it, should be in the rule, then that's why they're in front of you.
Okay, so committee, let's talk about our first option. Our first option is that we can recommend that we increase these liquor tax funds up to 4%. Our second option, and these can be all or none, or, pick your favorite two, would be that we could direct staff to prepare amendments to codify the authority for the superintendent to use up to 4%. And then the third one is that we recommend a draft of 727 to be considered by the board to approve during the June meeting. Vice Chair Davis.
I mean, I'd love to hear if there are people who know more than I do that have a preference as to these things, because personally, I'd rather keep it as simple as possible and go with the very first recommended action, because it sounds like these funds are going to be in flux, or at least the need will be in flux as we phase out the old system and then reconfigure what we're doing with the new system. And there's all these other factors. So I don't really want to change a whole rule unless somebody recommends it. And I certainly trust everybody in this meeting more than myself, because I have limited knowledge of this. But I think I'll just move, the committee recommends that the board approves the increase of liquor tax funds from 1 million to up to 4% of total liquor tax collections per year for USBE administrative costs. And then if people say we need something different, they can move something different. But for sake of time and simplicity, I think this is the best way to go.
Chair Moss?
Yeah, I going simple. I forgot to ask a basic foundational question, and sorry if I missed it. If we put more money in this, where does it come from? I mean, I understand it comes from the, sorry?
We're raising taxes.
We are? Or
No.
I didn't know we
The
could do
increase
that.
of liquor
Is
tax
that-
funds.
Is
$1
that a new thing
million.
we can do? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chair.
Chair Norton, may I speak?
Yeah, just a second though, but the recommended action says the board approves the increase of liquor tax funds.
Right. So I guess what I mean is obviously we ourselves are not raising taxes, but the liquor tax fund is going up. Was it raised and therefore we have surplus that we can tap into that otherwise sits unused, or does this tap into something that was going somewhere else? That's my question. Is something else going to have less money if we allocate it to this?
Okay, go ahead.
Not that I'm against that. I just want to know, there's
Director
usually
Brenton.
winners and losers.
Yeah, so the liquor tax money is a flow through. We receive 10% every year, and we pull a little over $1 million a year for the state agency, and the rest of it flows through to the LEAs to help subsidize their national school lunch program. So it is not an increase in taxes to anybody. It will just be up to a decrease of 2 cents each a meal that an LEA would get.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions or comments to that?
I'll just add really quickly that I think this is the best way to go right now. I don't think we need an amendment to the rule. And as we phase out this old system, these numbers are going to be in flux again. So I think this is probably what we need to do now, considering that Kathleen and her team are the ones that help make the whole thing possible throughout all the LEAs. So we got to take care of that and make sure they can do what they need to do.
Okay. The motion on the floor is that the committee recommends that the board approve the increase of liquor tax funds from 1 million to up to 4% of total liquor tax collection per year for USBE administrative costs. Go ahead and please vote. And it looks like Committee Member Bogus is not back. That passes by a vote of 3-1, with Board Member Norton voting in opposition and Board Member Bogus absent. Okay, now we're on to agenda item 16, the legislative estimate.
Yes, ma'am, if I may.
Yes.
So this is an information item. It ties into yesterday's adoption by the board of the legislative appropriations for state fiscal year 25 for public education. So what we have here for that is, both public facing or for the public to review and or our board members, and especially you finance committee members, is information on the second level effect of the action you took yesterday as a board, which is to demonstrate the legislative estimates that were communicated on a one each LEA by LEA basis. I would like to take the opportunity to publicly emphasize the word estimates. Estimates do mean that they can change at any time, either due to legislative actions and or actions of the board where appropriate and in accordance with the law. We are really trying to make sure that these estimates are just that. They're estimates, but they tie in to the cent, to the dollars on what was adopted by the board, which was the legislative appropriations for state fiscal year 25. Ma'am, subject to any questions or concerns by you and or any of the finance committee members, this concludes this information item. Oh, did I freeze?
Thank you. Hey, Shami, do you have everything that you need?
Ma'am, I believe board member Davis's hand is raised.
Yes, Board Member Davis?
Yeah, I'm ready to move the motion, but is that accurate that it says review? Should it say receive or?
Ma'am, Madam Chair, if I may, just for clarification.
Yes, please.
So no action is necessary. This became an information item because the board yesterday adopted the appropriations.
Got it.
And so this is, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hey, let's go back. Cami, have you got what you need?
I do, thank you.
Okay. Then otherwise, I think we have concluded a very big, long business meeting and did it under time. Thank you very much. Remember, we have a 1 o'clock meeting this afternoon. Do we have a last final proposal?
Motion to adjourn. Chair, you're a champ.
Thank you. You are. See you.
See y'all soon.
Thank you, Chair.